Commencer les travaux du Congrès. Le total des délégués qui sont accrédités pour le Congrès, c'est 445 personnes de 102 pays du monde. Présents sont 234 personnes avec une présence physique et aussi avec une présence virtuelle, 185 personnes. Le total des personnes présentes sont 419 provenant de 413 pays du monde.
En general, hay 130 países por todo el mundo participando en este congreso.
Nous avons le quorum nécessaire.
We have the necessary quorum according to the statutes of the WFTU. We are going to start with 1 minute silence for all the comrades that are not with us and who have been with us at the last Congress. So 1 minute silence for all the comrades who are not with us anymore.
Immortel. Maintenant, on va écouter.
Now we're going to listen to Spanish, in Spanish and French, the anthem, the hymn of the WFTU. But before that, I would like to give some information regarding the history of the anthem, of our anthem. In 2010, the Secretary of WFTU organized an open tender for this for a poem. We had 23 poems from 23 countries, and we have Lorema Jaime Bueno, who actually won that contest. We had Lula Mila Sotata from Cuba, and we have also a finalist from India and a finalist from Africa. We have had many other candidates from the United States, from Asia, and from other countries. After many efforts, the music of Nikos Moschos from Greece was chosen, and we had the chance to hear it from Savos Chrysostomou from Cyprus in Greek, in English, excuse me, and Theodoris Karikles in French. Many different translations were made in English, in Greek, and in Spanish. And Nikos Moschos is the composer. Savos Chrysostomou in English, Juan José Fernández in Spanish, Karikles in French, and we had Nikos Saris trumpet, Quo, and many other singers and also players. So among them, Silvia Vikiri and others. And now we are going to hear the anthem of the FSM in Spanish and then in English.
In 1945 in Paris you were born. Since then like a tall cypress you have grown. With a bright red flag and a bright sun. With international solidarity has gone. With a bright red flag and a bright sun. With international solidarity has gone. You got the blacks and whites against exploitation. For a just society with class orientation. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Your heart like the sea, all the workers' walls, it holds all the Asian and African folks. Your class-oriented action became a famous song. In Latin America, Europe and the Middle East, it has been so strong. You got the blacks and whites against exploitation. For a just society with class orientation. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista. Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista.
El 45 en París naciste y desde entonces como un ciprés creciste con la bandera roja y un sol de claridad, con internacionalismo y solidaridad, con la bandera roja y un sol de claridad, con internacionalismo y solidaridad. Las razas contra la injusticia, contra la explotación, por un mundo socialista. ¡Viva la FSM, anticapitalista! ¡Viva la FSM, antiimperialista! En tus brazos como mar caben los obreros, todos los asiáticos y africanos jornaleros. Tu acción de clase, famosa en toda la tierra, América Latina, Europa, Medio Oriente, siempre fue pionera. Unes todas las razas contra la injusticia, contra la explotación, por un mundo socialista. ¡Viva la FSM, anticapitalista! ¡Viva la FSM, antiimperialista! ¡Viva la FSM, anticapitalista! ¡Viva la FSM, antiimperialista! ¡Viva la FSM, anticapitalista! ¡Viva la FSM, antiimperialista!
Viva la FSM! Chers collègues, ce serait très...
Dear colleagues, it would have been very important if you could distribute the hymn of WFTU in all your countries. If you could translate it in your language, if it could be in all the houses of every working family in your country and in the world. And now we are going to speak about the actions since the last Congress of WFTU in Durban in South Africa. Are we ready to hear the video?
In Cuba, in Havana, in December 2005, a new course began for the WFTU. A new leadership team was elected at the Congress.
Cosa yo pudiera recomendarle a los trabajadores y a los dirigentes honestos en todas las latitudes del mundo, afíliense a la Federación Sindical Mundial.
It was a time that workers in every corner of the globe had to face many problems. The struggles were the only hope. In the streets of the struggle, with internationalism and solidarity. Debating with leaders of various states. Next to people with disabilities.
Nosotros hemos logrado la unidad aquí con el resto del movimiento sindical para cosas fundamentales, pero nunca hemos renunciado a que somos FC.
Nosotros, los trabajadores organizados en la Federación Sindical Mundial,
J'ai été surpris de ce que disait Internet sur l'évolution de la FSM, disant que
l'homme veut avoir des bonnes, oui. Il veut avoir bien chaud tous les jours. Des bottes et pas de monuments, des bottes et pas de discours. Marchons au pas, camarades, vers notre front. Range-toi dans le front de tous les ouvriers, avec tous tes frères étrangers. L'homme veut avoir des frères, oui. Il ne veut pas de matraque ni de prison. Il veut des hommes, pas des parias, des frères et pas de patrons. Marchons au pas, camarades, vers notre front. Range-toi dans le front de tous les ouvriers, avec tous tes frères étrangers. Tu es un ouvrier, oui. Viens avec nous, amis, n'aie pas peur. Nous allons vers la grande union de tous les vrais travailleurs. Marchons au pas, camarades, vers notre front. Range-toi dans le front de tous les ouvriers, avec tous tes frères étrangers.
Always on the side of the Palestinian people. Initiatives for the release of imprisoned trade unionists.
we will continue our struggles. We are not saddened. We will continue. La lucha continúa hasta la victoria siempre. Venceremos, venceremos.
The 17th World Trade Union Congress gave new dynamics and militant characteristics.
And we want to say to the members of WFTU, long live Federation of Trade Union, and long live and forward for the working class struggle all over the world.
The WFTU cadres visited more than 100 countries in support of the worker struggle.
Yeah, this one's for the workers who toil night and day, by hand and by brain, to earn your pay for centuries on past, for no more than your breath, have bled for your countries and counted your dead. And mills in the shipyards and mines, we've often been told to keep up with the times, for our skills are not needed. Let's streamline the job and whistle arrow and stopwatch, apply the ever.
The meetings of the Secretariat and the Presidential Council were regular, and the discussions were open and democratic.
Sky darkens and the prospect is war. Who's given a gun and then pushed to the fore and expected to die for the land of our birth? But we never on one lousy handful of earth. We're the first ones to start, we're the first ones to die, the first ones in line for that pie in the sky, and we're always the last when the grand is set out. For the worker is working when the fat cast about. We're the first ones to start, we're the first ones to die, the first ones in line for that pie in the sky, and we're always the last when the crown is set out. For the worker is working when the fat counts about. We're the first ones to start, we're the first ones to die, the first ones in line for that pie in the sky, and we're always the last.
The WFTU was the first to be by the side of the families of Rana Plaza in Bangladesh. The WFTU is also the first to reveal the crime in Soma in Turkey. Strengthening the struggle of working women. Claiming parity and representativeness in international organizations. Present at the United Nations, FAO, ILO, UNESCO,
Stamattina mi sono alzato, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Stamattina mi sono alzato.
WFTU raised the genuine voice of the workers.
Oh partigiano.
The numbers prove that in those years, the World Federation of Trade Unions made a great leap in all levels.
Portami via, che mi sento di morire. E se io muoio da partigiano, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao, beni de götür, dayanamam tursaklığa. Questo è il fiore del partigiano, morto per la libertà. Questo è il fiore del partigiano, morto per la libertà.
Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista.
Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista.
Viva la FSM, anticapitalista. Viva la FSM, antiimperialista.
Long live WFTU.
Vive la FSM. Vive les camarades de FSM. Dear Congressman, we would like to continue with the works of our Congress, but before we start, we are going to elect the Presidium of this Congress. Of course, the Presidium of the first day, we would like to propose the comrades whose names I'm going to just write. Mike, the president of WFTO from West Africa, President Mike. Congressman Hemalata from CITU India. From Italy, Jemai Country from ICACU, Secretary General de l'ICACU, Pier Paolo Neonati from the USP Italy, and from Cyprus, the colleague Ulis de la Simiente from Cuba, George Maprikos, Dinky Lossi from the Afrique du Sud, the Senegal, and I took. Do you agree? Please, if you agree, all those who agree, lift your cards. Raise your hands. Whatever. Thank you. So I see that you all agree, or almost all. Have you lifted your cards? Please lift your cards in the air. Raise your hands if you agree, okay?
Yes, President.
Merci beaucoup. Je donne la parole.
Thank you very much, and I would like to give the floor to Cynthia de la Porta, the president of this Congress. Thank you very much.
Okay, we start. Good morning.
Bonjour, nous pouvons commencer.
We are ready to start.
As a first speech, we give the floor to Pierpaolo Leonardi from USB, the trade union that is host this Congress.
Cari compagni, fratelli.
Comrades, brothers and sisters, delegates from all over the world, President Michael Makawiba, Secretary General George Macricus, dear guests, welcome on behalf of USB, of all the Italian workers. I would like to welcome you here at the 18th WFTU Congress. Welcome to Italy and welcome to Rome.
Con il contributo di tutti.
Thanks to the contribution of all the members of USB and thanks to the key contribution of the main office of WFTU from Athens, we worked to make sure that the 18th Congress could happen with a peaceful atmosphere and with a militant spirit to give more impetus and momentum to our objectives. This is the second WFTU Congress that Italy is hosting after that of 1949. No, apologies. Since that of 1945 that was held in Milan, when the president of the WFTU was Giuseppe De Vittorio, the leader of CGIL. He was elected president of WFTU, of such Congress, in 1949. De Vittorio fought for a very long time to avoid that the international trade union movement would split. This fight was led by AFL and by TUC that gave birth to the ITUC, the International Trade Union Confederation, the international trade union that supports and that accompanies capitalist and imperialistic policies all over the world. CGIL too, after the death of De Vittorio, started a process of distancing from WFTU that led to him leaving it in the 70s and to adhere to ITUC. Nowadays in Italy, WFTU is back with its flags in our squares and in our workplaces. It is now a reference point for our struggles and for class struggles, thanks to the USB joining WFTU. And today we're celebrating its 18th Congress in Italy. We are proud of this, and we would like to thank the World Secretary and the Presidential Council for choosing Italy and USB. In our country, the 18th Congress is being held with reduced form and numbers as against the past, as against those congresses that you saw in the past in those images, because of the pandemic crisis that struck all of our countries and that revealed the sheer inadequacy of the capitalist world when it comes to facing dramatic emergencies and devastating ones. In our country, we count over 160,000 deaths because of COVID. The majority of those is being caused by a healthcare system that is largely privatized, and because of the choices of the government and in the EU that prefers privileging production and profits instead of the health of our citizens and workers. For the first time, a small brigade of doctors in a country that is undergoing an embargo. Cuba had to rescue one of the 8 countries that is one of the most industrialized all over the world. It is clear that capitalism brings us death, whereas socialism gives us life. We would like to thank Cuba for assisting Italy during the pandemic. And that's why USB has promoted in the country a campaign to give the medical brigade from Cuba called Harry Reeve the Nobel Peace Prize and mobilize itself to cancel the right to ownership on vaccines and all medicines related to this. While this crisis is still ongoing, the war is back in Europe. In Ukraine, this war, we don't know how it will end, but it will certainly completely change the international relationships in terms of the economic and political spheres. Globalization is over, but history isn't. And we see in the horizon a new Cold War and new geoeconomic blocks and competition intensifying, which we see how it is being fought not just through imperialistic competitiveness, but also with arms, as we've seen in our country, which is basically feeding and involving Italy as well. USB has always been in favor of the dismantling of NATO and has always fought against all wars. Italy is a receiving country for hundreds of thousands of migrants that over the last few decades fled countries where imperialistic wars and the lack of resources that were stolen by the US and the EU produced humanitarian and political and economic catastrophes. We are on the front line in the struggle to favor the welcoming of them against those countries that keep rejecting those migrants. Today, with the complicity of the EU and NATO, we are seeing in a region fascism and Nazism back. And it is also for this reason, martyrs of the Fosse Ardeatine, where on the 24th of March 1944, the Nazis killed 335 Roman citizens, especially communists, partisans, and Jews. We would like to remember and pay tribute to those victims of this barbaric action, because we don't want the Nazism or fascism to keep existing in our world. War and sanctions have been causing severe issues in every country in the world, which have also been impacted by those blockades in terms of energy resources and the moving and the changing of resources and welfare in general. Those resources are being invested in military expenses now. I am sure that we will all be able to put the workers' movement at the heart of our movement and mobilizations against the war. The Congress document, which we're going to focus on these days, is dense with proposals and analysis, and they're all stressing the need to strengthen our working class in its struggle against the exploitation of mankind and of nature. In Italy, over 1,000 workers die every year in the workplace, and over 500,000 are severely injured. Exploitation is back. These days, we all called to work very hard to start a new cycle of struggles and mobilizations, of studies and analysis that may strengthen even more our importance and weight at the world level in our continent and in our countries. So much has been done over the last few years to give back to WFTU that importance and its role, the role it deserves in the history of the international class and workers movements. USB hopes and wishes that thanks to this Rome Congress, a new WFTU will be born, stronger, better organized, militant. Welcome to Italy and welcome to Rome. Long live the 18th WFTU Congress. Long live the anti-capitalist FSM. Long live anti-capitalist solidarity.
No. Sit down.
Thank you to Pierpaolo Leonardi, and now the floor is for the President of WFTU, Mike Makaiba.
Thank you very much, Comrade Cynthia. Well, I suppose it's going to be difficult to give an input after such powerful speech from Comrade Leonard. However, comrades, we are in Rome today. We are in the 18th Congress of this federation. Many who have thought it will never happen. Many who have seen a obituary for us. Many who have told that we will die, we will not exist. Many who have come to our structures, into our Congress, and tell us that what you're doing is something of the past. There can never be socialism in the world. Many who told us that the socialism has failed. Many who told us that we must corroborate to the capitalism and act under the bosses and agree to become slaves of those ones who make a profit out of us. We refuse this in Syria. We refuse this in Russia. We refuse this in many congresses, that those who were hoping us that we were going to die, that those congresses will last. The Congress that took place in Cuba, in our view, it was a turning point, and it was a Congress that reorganized WFTU. Today, we are close to or more than 1.5 million workers all over the world. There's no continent that WFTU is not represented. We are everywhere in the world. We are even in the United States of America, we exist. We have struggles, comrade, that must be performed. We have a duty to make sure that the working class is organized. One of the critical periods of the pandemic, when coronavirus hit the world, it became apparent, it became clear. It told us that as a working class, we need to be organized more. It also told us that we need to make sure that the working class is trained, that we run workshops to capacitate our cadres. It also told us that Trade union alone without a working class organization, without the working class organization, without the organization of communists, without working class organization that must be able to lead workers and unify workers and lead them becomes important. The coronavirus exposed how far as workers we have been organized and how far as organization of the working class have existed, and how far have we made sure that the workers are trained and are put confident into their own organizations. We've been exposed, we've been exploited, workers lost many of their rights under the disguise of crisis. Bosses utilize coronavirus period in order to take away our rights. Everywhere in the world, either the pension of workers and rights that we have gained have been taken away. This is a call to the WFTU cadres. This is a call all over the world that, in fact, it is only one federation, and it will remain one federation of workers, and federation that is not biased towards the capitalist class. You are not going to corroborate to bosses. You are not going to give in to the demand of capitalism. You are not going to be told that the capitalism is only the solution. You are not going to be told that capitalism is the only solution and socialism is failed. In fact, the difference is reality, that capitalism has failed, that today we have many people who are dying from hunger, that today we have many children who are dying from hunger, that today we have many children and women who are died because capitalism is a dog eat dogs. Therefore, this Congress must strengthen the WFTU role into the society. This Congress must strengthen the WFTU role into the workplace. This Congress must make sure that WFTU workers and job squad and leadership in different areas have been capacitated. Comrades, we will not be able to do this. Will not be able to do the task ahead of us if our financial position is not strengthened. We are not going to succeed into the task that we must do if our financial position is not strengthened. There's seriously a need to do. We must make sure that the issue of financial position and the ability of WFTU to train cadres is sorted out. We must not have money to go and buy people. We must not have money to go all over the world to promise people a better life. But we must have money to go all over in the world and train cadres and make sure that the working class is trained and understand its responsibility. Today, we are in Italy. We have a less delegation that we used to have. We have a less countries that we used to have. This has nothing to do with the strength of the federation. It has to do with the challenges of pandemic. It has to do with the challenges that is put to us by capitalism. Bosses have gained a lot of money. They have multiplied their millions and their billions out of the cost of the working class using the pandemic to show that it is them who must benefit. Many in the world are busy preaching a gender-based violence. Many in the world are preaching that we must protect women. But when you ask them how, they are not going to tell you. We are not going to be able, Comrade, to protect women under the capitalism. Capitalism is not capable of solving the gender-based violence. If you want to protect women, if you want to have women that are capacitated, you must deliberately empower women so that they are able to say no. Capitalism knows nothing of protecting women. In fact, they are benefiting. Don't be so happy when your country says we want to legalize prostitution. They simply want to exploit your women. They simply want to make money out of your women. You must refuse, because if you allow it, you are going to have women being exploited, and they have nothing to do with the respect of women. For you to have women that are capable of running country, that are capable of being positioned, you must deliberately empower women so that they have an ability to say no. Comrade General Secretary, Comrade George Mavrikos, the beautiful Presidium, the family of WFTU, the family of the Federation of Moses Mabhida, the family of the Comrade J.B. Marks in South Africa. Today, I'm much more happy because I'm sitting with my president in the Presidium, Comrade Zingiswa. It has been difficult to explain to Comrade from India and Comrade from Cyprus, Comrade Makwaiba, where's Kossatu? Yes, Kossatu Kumbarit is here in the house today. Today, we are joining the Congress. We are in the Congress together with the Federation of Elijah Bahai from South Africa in the Presidium. This is an indication that if we continue, persist, and clear the air about us as WFTU and ITUC, and explain to those who don't understand that you have to choose between bosses and workers. You have to choose a class, you want them to represent you. But you must understand, if you're getting salary per month, you are nothing but you are a worker. And if you are a worker, you need to remain loyal as a worker. And if you are a worker, you must defend your position as a worker. Thank you very much, Comrade Leonard. Thank you very much, Comrade Cynthia. This Congress should have taken place last year. When it was become difficult, when the comrade in Vietnam became difficult, USB stood up and raised their hand and said, here we are, we can try, and we are going to succeed. You have succeeded. You have succeeded. You have succeeded. This shows, comrade, that when we are united, when we have one focus, when we have one identical enemy as capitalism, when we know who we're dealing with, when we know our determination, when we know our destiny, there's nothing that can be beyond that, and there's nothing that's going to defeat us. Even the capitalism has failed to defeat WFTU for all these years, despite the fact that they wrote and wrote and wrote about us and said and predict when we're going to die. We're still existing. Thank you very much. The working class of Panama, the working class of Peru, the working class of India, the working class all over the world for protecting this federation, for saying no to capitalism. The challenge, though, is in the African continent. The challenge, though, is in the African continent. Our biggest problem in the African continent, we're still loyal to our colonizers. We speak English because we're colonized by English. We speak French because we're colonized by French. We speak Portuguese because we're colonized by Portugal. This is our challenge. The unity of working class in the African continent is a challenge. And unfortunately, Comrade George, maybe we're also contributing to this problem because we have a tendency of building an office for Francophone and an office for Englishphone. Maybe that's our problem. Maybe that's our problem, that we seem to take load from our colonizers. We seem to see our colonizers as our determining point. We need WFTU in the African continent. We need a focus to WFTU in the African continent. When we created SATUC, when we created OWATU, when we created AU, all of those structures were structures to anti-imperialist, to anti-America, to anti-capitalism. Today, some of those structures are part of ITUC. How is it possible, comrade? The unity of the working class in the world is paramount. The unity of
L'unité.
This must not just be a congress in Italy, but this must be a congress of the world. And we must, after this congress, comrade, report to our different structures in our different continent, in our different regions, and they explain to the working class, why do we have WFTU? Comrade George, one of our difficulties is the absence of the communist organization in our ranks. One of our difficulties is the absence of the communist organization in our rank. Or if comrades feel uncomfortable with the world communist, the absence of the working class organization. Trade union is a reformist organization. Trade union cannot lead a struggle to overthrow capitalism. We need a working class organization that must lead workers in order to overthrow capitalism. There is no other solution, comrade. We must overthrow capitalism in order to end the exploitation of men by men. Yes, George, I want to make a proposal, though, in this podium. And proposal, competent, please take this proposal serious. Because I'm serious about the finance of WFTU. And I'm not going to step off this podium without having raised this point. We can't continue the way we are continuing. I therefore propose that WFTU and in this Congress we must consider a 50 cents, I don't know in dollars, but a half of $1 to each and every member of WFTU. So, Comrade President in India, we want you to pay 50 cents for each member of your 5 million on a monthly basis. Or you pay $1 of each member of your organization per year. If the Congress agrees with this, my second proposal is that this must start next year when the period of subscription must be paid. But for now, I am proposing the following: that each member of WFTU must donate $1 must donate $1. Each member of WFTU must donate $1 into WFTU, $1. I'm saying $1 because I know that $1 means something else in India, and $1 means something else in South Africa, and $1 means something else in Italy. But comrade, it is now more urgent than ever. It is now more urgent than ever that this federation must have financial capacity. I propose, therefore, this will fit into that. This will fit into that. I will not have another podium to make this proposal. This will fit into that. I want to thank Comrade Leonardo, and thanks Comrade Cynthia, and thanks USB leadership. And I also want to thank the staff of the central office and the staff of USB for making sure that this Congress was possible. And I want to thank the Comrade General Secretary for sleepless night leading us into this Congress, for this Congress to be successful. With those, we want to welcome all countries into the Congress of the World Federation of Trade Unions. Thank you very much for coming. Amandla! Amandla! Amandla! Amandla! Amandla! Long live WFTU, long live! Long live WFTU, long live! Long live USB, long live! Amandla! Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Mike. And now the floor is for Anna Biondi, ILO representative, International Labour Organization.
Thank you. Dear Presidium of the 18th World Congress of the WFTU, dear George Mavrikos, WFTU General Secretary, dear Mike Makwandiba Mozandile, WFTU President, dear Pier Paolo Leonardi, USB President, dear Presidential Council members, dear Anda and all the staff, dear delegates and participants to the Congress. I'm honored to bring the greetings of Guy Ryder, Director General of the International Labour Organization, to this important gathering. As the document that serves as thesis and priorities for the Congress states, this 18th Congress is being held in particularly difficult and unprecedented conditions for workers around the world due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but also other crises. I also read with interest your critique of the social and economic international scene, as well as all the multilateral system. I appreciate that together with the critique, the WFTU still maintains the importance of being present in the ILO deliberations, including to have a larger role. And allow me personally to remember here, since I'm personally with you in Rome, Ramon Cardona, again, with whom I work so closely on ILO staff. Thank you. At the outset, even if you feel that there are not yet enough answers for the current state of the world of work, I would say that at least as ILO we have been denouncing with force the injustice that workers worldwide are experiencing. Allow me to recall some few points. Global unemployment is expected to remain above pre-COVID-19 levels until at least 2023. The 2022 level is estimated at least 207 million compared to 186 million in 2019. Additionally, the overall impact on employment is significantly greater because many people have left the world of work. The downgrade in the 2022 forecast reflects the impact that recent COVID-19 variants are having on the world of work, as well as the significant uncertainty regarding the future course of the pandemics. The war in Ukraine is also already leading to a triple crisis in finance, fuel, and food that will increase poverty and hunger and lead to substantially worse outcomes in the world of work, especially in the South. The crisis is having a stark different impact across groups of workers and countries. These differences are deepening inequalities within and among countries and weakening the economic, financial, and social fabrics of almost every nation, regardless of development status. This damage is likely to require years to repair, with potential long-term consequences for the labor force participation, household incomes, and social cohesion. Since the onset of the recovery, employment growth trends in low and middle-income countries have remained significantly below those observed in richer economies. The impact has been particularly serious for developing nations that experience high levels of inequalities, more divergent working conditions, and weaker social protection systems, even before the pandemic. The disproportionate impact of the crisis on women's employment is expected to last in the coming years, while the closing of education and training institutions will have cascading long-term implications for young people, particularly those without internet access. As in previous crises, temporary employment created a buffer against the shock, but while many temporary jobs were terminated or not renewed, alternatives were created, but often with no rights. As DG Riders pointed out, there can be no real recovery from the global economic crisis without a broad-based labor market recovery. And to be sustainable, this recovery must be based on the principle of decent work, including health and safety, equity, social protection, and social dialogue. Higher commodity prices, including the energy and food, are adding pressure to those already large challenges. The wage increase negotiated following the COVID-19 crisis are being eroded by higher inflation, with real wage growth very low or even many negative in many countries. The effect is particularly pronounced in developing countries, where the share of economically vulnerable population is larger, dependency on food imports greater, and the size of stimulus packages has been smaller. The consequent loss in income is further depressing aggregate demand, creating a vicious circle that underscores the need for concerted policies to mitigate scaring, expedite labor market recovery, tackle inequalities and reduce poverty, and return possibly to sustainable growth. But as ILO, we do not simply want to go back to the pre-pandemic situation. It is clear that if we want to build a sustainable world of work for the second centenary of the ILO, we need urgent action to create decent work in the green, care, and digital economy to contribute to just transition and to prevent inequalities to become entrenched. We can and should be having an open discussion on how to achieve these goals. I'm here to listen to your deliberation. The way to build an agenda based on social justice need to address climate change, as we said, social development, social protection, new and stronger public services. But as you clearly state also in your documents, at the center, freedom of association and collective bargaining as fundamental rights in practice. The other areas that are listed among your priorities in the Congress document are also quite important for the ILO. I think that you will participate with interest in the work of International Labour Conference this year, in few weeks. Unfortunately, still with some space limitations, which we hope are for the last time. From the standard-setting discussion on apprenticeship, on the rights for young workers, especially entering in the world of work, to the recurrent discussion on employment, to the general discussion on the social and solidarity economy, an alternative model to capitalism, to the Committee on Application of Standards, to the possibility to have safety and health recognized as a fundamental right at work. Dear WFTU leadership, it is possible to have different strategies and different readings of why the labor movement is currently facing so many challenges. But there is no doubt that every organization that wants progress for women and men in the world of work would agree with your statement that we need to foster the constant pursuit for the unity of the working class independently of any differences. Allow me also to point out the statement on the renewal of the movement with the need for new blood, new dynamics, new life and action to trade unions. Best wishes, therefore, to current and future leadership, to the movement, and looking forward to continue the dialogue about how to best support workers' rights, social justice, and greater international solidarity and peace. Amandla.
Thank you to Anna, Deputy Director of ILO. Thank you for the participation of our Congress, for the contribution to our discussion, and for the topics that she treated in his speech. Thank you. Now the floor is for Comrade Jamal Kadri, General Secretary of ICATU, International Confederation of Arab Trade Unions.
Dear Comrade Michael Makauba, President of WFTU, dear Comrade George Mavrikos, Secretary General of WFTU, respected members of the Presidential Council, Secretariat members of WFTU, heads and members of the participating trade union delegations, dear ladies and gentlemen. At the beginning, it's my pleasure at the beginning of the works of the 18th Congress of WFTU to transfer to you and throughout you to all the cadres of WFTU the salutations and the support, solidarity of millions of Arab workers in all their countries, and also the salutations of their trade union organization, International Confederation of Arab Trade Unions, and their wishes for this conference, of what it has witnessed, of the deliberations and discussions according to its timetable for all success and blessing. It's also my pleasure to, from my position here, to transfer to you the salutations of the workers of Syria and their General Federation of Trade Unions Federation. Dear comrades, ladies and gentlemen, our conference today is held under very exceptional circumstances, unprecedented ones that are witnessed by the world today. International imperialism has shown its poisonous face in an unprecedented way. So here we are witnessing throughout the world what is called the military of politics. Today there is no policy today. Unfortunately, what's all we are seeing today is a beginning of wars that will leave no one alone. It is the international conspiracy against all peoples who are not following the instructions of the imperialism into this matter of facing and targeting all countries in their independent policies and their sovereignty and its right for its illegal in order to build its development and making use of its resources in favor of its people. We are living today and in all around the world events that haven't been seen before. It's an interference and precaution and brutal aggression in all matter of all weapons against the forces of freedom and development. What we have witnessing today requires a very exceptional solidarity of all real forces loving for peace and at all levels. What we are witnessing today of events and planned crimes and also the terms battles in addition to what humanity has been suffering from as a result of COVID-19 outcomes during the last 2 years. We can all imagine the great conspiracy that has been and damage that has been against workers in the world of losing their jobs or reducing their wages and or taking from their acquired rights that have been acquired by workers after decades of their struggles in their countries. What we are witnessing today, we should stand today in all our conferences and our unions, and we are those who have to take care of all the rights of trade unions. It is a matter that we should follow and find ways in order to deal with these matters and reduce its measure. It is our duty to have our discussions of how to reduce the outcomes of all these circumstances against working people, because wars and conflicts and these and sieges and COVID-19 have been affected by all people all around the world. But the greatest was against people and the workers are among the most fragile people. We have to raise our voices and we have to refer to the real criminal of all these our sufferings. It's our duty to expose and all those who in public say that they would like to take care of human rights, but in their actions they are doing just the opposite. It is our duty to expose all those who state that they are seeking to enable peoples into their freedom and democracy, but in practice they are taking all this away from peoples. It's our duty to expose throughout our conferences and all our both those who say that they would they try to seek international peace while they are provoking wars all around the world. It is our duty, in order to be in accordance with our advanced independence, to expose openly the practices of those countries who are taking care of terrorism all around the world, who are sponsoring terrorism. It is our duty to expose those who fight terrorism in public, but actually they are sponsoring terrorism and they are trying to besiege all countries who are trying to face it. It is the duty. It is our duty on behalf of workers and peoples, while we are living the events of the 18th Congress, is to expose those who say that they are checking for human rights, but actually they are violating human rights and international law every now and then. They are occupying our lands and looting our economy, and of course taking it is as a result of the advances but those who are covering their events. Dear comrades and friends, dear Presidential Council, what occupied Palestine is seeing is something that we all should be ashamed of what's happening of Palestinian people and workers, of these racial actions carried out by Israel is what we actually saying, and it needs from us all the good stand by support and solidarity. And what Syria has witnessed, and with of this kind of terrorist war and siege, and their facing of terrorism since over than 1 decade, and what's happening also in other countries in the region, of targeting them throughout these terrorist groups which are financed and trained by well-known countries. This is what we are saying of these differences in terms, what we are witnessing, and what the world is witnessing of provocation of all these international powers and these plans who are trying to leave the world in one pole is really showing. And out of this, we had now wars, and that are still happening, and what could also happen is a real proof of what we have stated. What we are witnessing while we are today participating in this international conference, we as International Confederation of Trade Unions, we would like to put our hands with the hands of WFTU in order to strengthen our historic cooperation that is for a long time. We are, of course, we have a very historic relationships and friendship based on mutual respect, and also on our common struggles that are found. We are stretching our hands in order to enhance our friendship and cooperation at all levels in favor of working class in our region and all around the world, and in everything that could reduce, of course, these hardships in the international relationships. And also, I find it's a very good opportunity in order to salute brothers and militias of World Federation of Trade Unions, but led by their leadership and its organizations, of their advanced stance, of these racial actions carried out by Israeli occupation forces against the people of Palestine, Syria, and Lebanon. It's a good opportunity for us to salute the WFTU by its all cadres in their condemnation of the terrorism that has stricken Syria and all other Arab countries, and of course of these countries that are really a real burden on international law itself. We would like to salute the advanced actions carried out by the WFTU and their seek in order to have solidarity with people and workers all around the world who have been suffering as we have suffered. I would like to salute their stand with Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, who are also under the siege. Although this sanctions is not found in international law, but it has been fabricated by international powers led by USA in order to besiege the peoples and to kneel the international policy according to their interest. Ladies and gentlemen, will makes the impossible by our stand and our cooperation and our mutual understanding of all that's happening in this world, and our class-oriented orientation and our militant raising, we are capable of doing a lot of things in order to stop this deterioration at international platform. I salute WFTU and its leadership and its Secretary General, Brother George Mavrikos, that I cannot be neutral when I am speaking about him. He has great morals and militant figure and nature, and his great contribution in order to strengthen the construction of WFTU that we want to increase and enhance as presence all around the world in order to have the balance at the international trade union organizations. I would like to salute to USB Italy for their great contributions and efforts in order to host this international conference, and with all preparations, I would like to salute you all. And I would like to also to salute the workers of the Arab world and their organizations, while we are, of course, I would like to salute workers around the world, since we have just 2 or 3 days away of the 1st of May, International Labor Day, and therefore we have to strengthen our struggle around the world. My best salutations for a successful Congress and a very important dialogues in order to have outcomes that are beneficial, which are also that meet the challenges. And long live for the international trade union martyrs. Thank you very much for your listening. Thank you.
نشكر السيد
Considerations. Comrade, I ask you to take your mask up, please, because we are so many, so it is important. And I ask to the comrade that go to have their speech to take in consideration that we have many interpreters, so don't talk quickly. Now the floor is for Areski Mehjood, General Secretary of OATU, Organization of African Trade Union Uniting. Areski Mehjood. Ah, okay.
Good morning. Unity, not Organization of United States of Africa. And it was a big project to create United States of Africa. It was not just it's a fiction. Thank you, President of this Congress. Madame la Présidente du Congrès, chers frères et sœurs, membres du bureau élus, que je félicite pour la gestion du travail de la première journée de votre Congrès, le camarade président de l'AFSM et le camarade George Mavrikos, secrétaire général de l'AFSM.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Presidium, comrades, dear comrade Mavrikos, President of the Federation of Arab Trade Unions, dear Caesar, my fellow comrade, dear Madam Anna Biondi, of ILO, dear guests, dear members of the Congress, and all those whom I have not been able to make reference to because, of course, I did not know they were here. I'm very sorry for not being able to mention your names, to make reference to your name. I am very happy to be here among you for this 18th World Trade Union Congress. I would like to express my combative salutations to all of you and to the General Secretary George Mavrikos to have given us this opportunity to participate at this historic conference. I would like also to use this opportunity to thank the Italian Federation of Trade Unions for having contributed to making possible our participation at this Congress. I think that the report of our actions is obvious, makes obvious how WFTU is active in Africa. I am here to express the solidarity of African workers to the workers of all the world. The workers of Africa, men and women, would like to acknowledge and pay tribute to all the workers and that have contributed to progressing, to diffusing the progressive ideas of the workers' unions all over the world. Let us remember also that the WFTU has also worked against the apartheid and against colonialism that continues to exist in various forms and is well known for its historic resistance, for the improvement of the rights and state of the workers in Africa. Many of you already know that the Pan-African Workers Union is is the result of a long struggle against colonialism in Africa. We have strong principles of freedom and social justice, and therefore the battle against neo-colonialism, imperialism, and of course all other forms of exploitation is at our very foundation. We would like to say to the President, Mr. Fiatou, that we are all remain stable and we continue to support all these principles since we want to we want to stay faithful to our history. We would never refuse our history of colonization. You should know that exploitation in Africa is naturally not a new thing, but also the battles of WFTU are not new. The beginning of the difficulties we have met is of course exploitation, but this will not affect in the least our solidarity and of course our strategic aims. The 18th World Trade Union Congress is taking place in a place which is historic and for the fight against exploitation, and reminds us of the blood shed by the workers in the battles against exploitation. You should remember, of course, that you should remember, of course, all that, but you should also note that during the last 2 years there has been an upsurge of imperialism with new trends and new cruel acts against the workers. This, of course, raises important concerns for our future and the future of the working class. Among others, violence, financial dictatorship, intensive work, intensification of work, rather, and of course imperialism and war, austerity and precarity are some of the signs that imperialism is becoming harder and harder, crueler and crueler. And Africa is being abandoned at its fate. It is a region which is abandoned at its fate. There are nothing but words right now, and we have to take action. We have to take our fate in our hands, comrades. Since we have been talking about cooperation and partnership, since we have been talking about that, and we have seen nothing but the exploitation of big multinationals and corporate organizations, and the exploitation and expansion of poverty all over Africa. In fact, misery and poverty continue to actually ravage the African countries and African families. We have heard many leaders in the world speaking about cooperation and partnership, for example, in the framework of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we right now you should know that just 2 weeks ago only 17%, and I repeat it, of the African population was vaccinated. This is what cooperation and partnerships means for these leaders of the world. There is most of the victims of the COVID-19 pandemic right now are in Africa, and we are very far behind achieving the goal of the World Health Organization. Let us not forget that the war between Russia and Ukraine makes it even more difficult now to import medical products and vaccines in Africa. And pressure continues to increase in various forms. Such as, for example, the strengthening of inequalities, the domination of market economy, and liberal ideas and principles. There are also financial, let's say, pressures, and these financial pressures are used by corporate companies and big multinationals, also by the leaders of the world, imperial leaders of the world, in order to exploit Africa. And all this is even more intensified by war, by violence, and by blood. All this, however, is not irreversible. We should not accept as an irreversible fact. We should, of course, unite our forces in order to rebuild our solidarity and make of this world a world more brotherly, a world where all the millions and millions of workers can live in a better world with social justice, with brotherhood, with equality, without exploitation, with rights for all. And it is our historical responsibility to do that and to respond with success to all the challenges there are, the modern challenges. We have to mobilize all our forces. We have to fight, comrades. We have to do that at the level of every project, at the level of every organization, at the level of every region. We should not believe that this is just a dream, that this is just utopic. What we are doing right now, comrades, organizing work at all levels, discussing about the challenges of capitalism and trying to understand its weak point, building up solidarity is a strategic work that will lead to our success. I would like to actually express solidarity to all our workers and especially to the workers of Palestine. I would like to, of course, wish them the best in their fight against the colonialist, let's say, attack over the state of Israel. And I think that we need to redouble our efforts in order to achieve social equality for all workers in the world. I think that we are ready to go to the next mandate. Long live international solidarity and long live battle. I would like to invite the General Secretary George Mavrikos to give him a small token of our respect from Africa, which I know we like very much. It's just
voilà le monde et aussi un hommage aux femmes africaines.
And this is also a token of respect to all the women in the world and to the women of Africa. Here you are. I would like to invite
a leader of this organization. You know me or not? No.
I know you very well.
Really?
Yes. I know you very well.
You see, North Africa and South Africa, all we are together. Thank you. And la présidente du Congrès aussi, un souvenir de la lutte africaine.
Have here another token of our this is the president, head of the presidium, and also to the Italian delegate. a token of our respect and recognition for your efforts to organize this conference.
Masood. Now the next speech is from China, but they aren't here. We have a connection with China, and we have the Vice President Yuan Guangping, Vice President of All China Federation of Trade Union.
尊敬的马卡瓦伊巴主席、马尔克斯总书记、各位同志，我很高兴以视频方式出席世界工联第18届代表大会。在此，我仅代表中华全国总工会和中国近3亿工会会员，向世界工联第18届代表大会和广大职工会员致以亲切的问候。今年的4月27日，习近平总书记向中国首届大国工匠创新交流大会发来贺信，向广大技能人才和劳动模范致以诚挚的问候，向广大劳动群众致以节日的祝贺。这充分彰显了习近平总书记对工人阶级和工会工作一以贯之的高度重视，对技术工人重要地位的高度评价，对工人阶级和广大劳动群众的理解，对深化工人建设改革的明确要求。中国工会要深刻学习领会习近平总书记核心精神丰富内涵、核心要义，将坚决把新中国家历史上具有里程碑意义的一年，我们隆重庆祝中国共产党成立100周年，通过开展一系列活动，聚集起全党全国各族人民奋斗精神，建立新的活力。经过多年的奋斗，我们如期打通了脱贫攻坚，历史性的消除了绝对贫困，在中华大地上全面建设了小社会。受到疫情影响，我国经济社会发展也承受着巨大的压力，但在中国共产党坚强领导下，经过全体人民广大职工共同努力，我们顺利实现了“14五”良好开局。中华全国总工会和各级工会坚持以习近平新时代中国特色社会主义思想为指导，坚持党对工会工作的领导，始终坚持保持工会工作的正确政治方向，紧紧围绕党中央重大决策部署和“14五”时期国家重大战略、重大项目、重大工程、重点产业，组织职工为经济社会发展建功立业，各方面工作都取得了新的成效。今年5一国际劳动节前夕，全国总工会召开了大会。王东明主席在讲话中指出，中国工会将始终高举和平、发展、合作、工人权益的旗帜，积极发展同各国工会组织、国际和区域性工会组织的关系，进一步增进同各国劳动者的友谊，讲好中国故事、中国工人阶级故事、中国工会故事，携手维护全世界劳动者权益，增进劳动者福祉，为推动构建人类命运共同体做出新贡献。今年，中国共产党将召开第20次全国代表大会，这是中国共产党在新的征程上十分重要的一次大会。我们将以迎接和学习宣传贯彻中共20大为主线，扎实做好各项工作，为营造平稳健康的经济环境、国泰民安的社会环境、风清气正的政治环境发挥积极作用。同志们、朋友们，世界工联是成立时间最短、历史最为悠久的国际性工会组织。过去77年来，走过了光辉而又不平凡的历程。无论世界形势如何变化，世界工联作为各国，特别是广大发展中国家工会和工人阶级的代表，始终坚持维护劳动者的合法权益，在国际公益事务中积极发声，为维护世界和平、促进国际公益民主、和谐、健康发展，做出了 巨大贡献。自疫情发生以来，肆虐，严重威胁着各国人民的生命健康安全，世界经济也受到严重冲击。在此背景下，世界工联与各友好工会组织一道共克时艰，为应对疫情冲击、维护各国劳动者权益做出了积极努力。对此，我表示十分的钦佩。中国工会是世界工联的好朋友，我会多年来一直向世界工联提供力所能及的支持和帮助。今后我们愿继续与贵会开展对话交流合作，并尽我们所能给予你们支持，推动两会友好关系发展到新的高度。让我们携起手来，继续为维护各国，特别是发展中国家劳动者的权益，落实国际劳工组织100年宣言，并最终实现体面劳动和社会正义的目标而共同努力，为构建人类命运共同体做出贡献。祝愿世界工联不断发展壮大，预祝大会取得圆满成功。中华全国总工会与世界工联友谊万岁！谢谢大家。
Thank you. Thank you to the Vice President of All China Federation of Trade Union. And now, dear comrade, we have our main speech. The General Secretary of WFTU, George Mavrikos. So please put your attention, and George will do also a report of the work that we did in the last years and the actuality and our priorities for the future. So the floor is to George Mavrikos.
Dear colleagues, brothers and sisters, always or usually I addressed to you in our meetings, in our events, in English. Today, allow me to speak in my mother language, and all our technical procedures are under control, and you will have the translation in a simultaneous way from cabins and our colleagues. It is the last speech, introduction speech as General Secretary of World Federation of Trade Unions, and because of this, I have this necessity to give in front of all of you one speech in my mother language. Thank you for your attention, and also I apologize in front of you, but all things are okay. Αγαπητοί σύντροφοι και συναγωνιστές,
Dear colleagues, brothers and sisters in every corner of the planet, we greet the 105 million members of the WFTU who live and struggle in 133 countries of the 5 continents. We greet all those who are on strike and mobilizations these days. We greet all the delegates who take part virtually because of the pandemic. We greet and thank all of you who, despite the many difficulties, are here, present, and participating in the works of the 18th World Trade Union Congress. Allow me also to express my appreciation and thanks to the USB for playing a leading role in the organization of the Congress in Rome, Italy, and for making it happen in very good conditions. We remind you that here in Italy, in Milan, the second historic Congress of the WFTU took place in 1949, where the leading role of the dedicated WFTU militant Giuseppe Di Vittorio, president of the WFTU from 1949 until his death in 1957, emerged. The USB is today, for the Italian working class, their class consciousness, the militant vanguard, the one who expresses and carries on the most glorious traditions. The USB is the hope for all the suffering workers of Italy, and we call on the workers of the country to follow and support it. We send from this podium a message of peace and peaceful dialogue to the peoples of the Russian Federation and Ukraine, and we ask the end of the war. We demand that the US government and its allies finally stop adding fuel to the fire. We know that the root causes of this war lie in NATO's expansionist strategy. We call on all trade unions and all trade unionists not to relax. The dangers of a general conflagration and a worldwide military conflict are real. Governments like those of Britain, United States, and Australia are constantly adding fuel to the fire. With the global propaganda of the capitalist-owned media, they distort reality, propagating that NATO is sending weapons for democracy and the liberty of the Ukrainian people. Dear colleagues, in the pre-Congress period, we tried to inform the workers broadly. We published everywhere the central document with the title Theses and Priorities. We utilized as much as possible live communication within the sectors and inside the workplaces. We gathered comments, suggestions, and criticism. Now here in Rome, for 3 days, we will discuss all the issues of concern to the world working class and the trade union movement. We have managed to establish open, democratic, and vivid discussions with confidence in supporting our opinion. This is the kind of congresses that the WFTU holds. This is the kind of congresses that the class-oriented militant trade union movement must hold. And we are sure that we will have such a congress, worthy of the 77-year history of the WFTU. Because here, we are gathered manual and intellectual workers and employees, workers of art and culture, working women and youth, farmers and workers of the countryside, migrants, refugees, landless farmers, and indigenous people. In the ranks of the WFTU, in the ranks of the militant trade unions, is gathered the most active and the most honest part of the trade union movement. Cadres who have been fired from their jobs for their trade union and political actions, militants who have been persecuted by employers and governments, pioneer workers who give their lives every day for the universal interests of the ordinary people. These are the basic characteristics of our vanguard, the basic characteristics of the members and cadres of the WFTU. That is who we are, that is who we all must be. What does the yellow, compromised trade unionism has to contrast with our own honest cadres team? Bureaucracy, elitism, corruption, labor aristocracy, and careerism in the courts of the bourgeoisie. They are servants of Danone Multinational, of the IMF, of the imperialists and the multinationals. That's who they are. That's the kind of leadership they have. Dear friends and comrades, I began my introductory speech with our cadres, our fighters, because I deeply believe that the treasury of the WFTU, the treasury of the class-oriented trade union movement, is its people. Our people, our cadres, along with our line and action, are our fundamental strength. It is an invincible force. It is our ideological superiority. All this has been proved and confirmed in practice, in life itself, in the last 17 years. In December 2005, many of you know that we took over a WFTU heavily wounded and seriously ill. Its buildings and assets in the Czech Republic had been confiscated. It had been evicted from its headquarters and was housed outside Prague in a house located in a field. WFTU was slandered and despised. It had financial debts of $200,000 and a staff that was old and bureaucratic. The average age of the staff was 70 years. It was in general a fearful mechanism and mostly without real contact with the trade union base. A mechanism that was living on the glories of the past, but with the illness of today. Today, our central offices team has an average age of 35 years and are conscious militants of the WFTU. Few at the time believed that under conditions of persecution, terror, and panic, the WFTU could stand up again. And yet we did it. We achieved it. It turned out that Ernesto Che Guevara was right when he said and wrote, "We must be realistic, we must demand the impossible." The course of 17 years is not a miracle. It is neither the result of a divine prayer nor the consequence of a natural phenomenon. How did we achieve this big progress, this big leap? The Great Leap, as Comrade Kim Boix called it. How is it that today we managed to deliver an organization of 105 million members in 133 countries of the world, whereas in 2005 we received one of 48 million? First, by the belief. The firm and deep belief that in the modern world, the working class needs a weapon of its own. It needs its own tool to elaborate its strategy and tactics. Strategy and tactics for itself as a social class with a particular historical mission. Against the reformist, revisionist concept that claims that there is supposedly no working class today and identifies the working class with the manual workers of previous centuries, we have answered, and we keep answering scientifically, that in the modern world, with the great changes and technological progress, two basic social classes remain. The capitalists, the exploiters on the one hand, and the workers and employees on the other. Of course, the working class is also evolving, developing, acquiring more knowledge, is more educated than before, has accumulated more knowledge and experience, and its basic needs are constantly expanding. All these changes exist, and we take them into account. But despite all these changes, the basic criterion remains exploitation. the production of surplus value, and the stolen sweat that goes into the pockets of the bourgeois class. This has not changed. So we move forward with the belief that in the modern world there is social injustice, there is social exploitation, which is even crueler, and we still believe that the present working class, with its great knowledge and experience, is closer and holds the switch of the production process in its own hands. Second, with collectivity and the common militant position of the great majority of our members, affiliates and cadres, of our Presidential Council, of our Secretariat, of our committees. What we have achieved did not come as a result of a single person. It came mainly as a collective effort, a common pursuit and a common stance of all of us. Together we built this edifice for all these years. We do not nullify the role of personality. We know that in social history, personality certainly influences developments, but it is the masses that write the developments, the progress, and the move forward. It is the collective groups who do that, and not the kings, cardinals, or princes. Third, we paid attention to the base, and we tried not to lose touch with the base, with our unions, with the workers, the unemployed, the immigrants, the refugees, the homeless, and the excluded. We reinforced internal democracy in our operation. I personally, visited 87 countries over the 20 years, and some of them many, many times. Members of the Secretariat and the Presidential Council have done the same. They came to your countries. Many more of our TUIs and regional offices cadres traveled and were close to the base. With all these contexts, we were getting strength from the base and giving courage to the struggles. We were trying to have our ears and our eyes open to the struggles and demands of the base. This is how one gains the trust of the base, and the base becomes more militant, more aggressive, because they realize that they are not alone in their struggles. We loved and supported the base of the WFTU, and the base is returning its love and appreciation. Fourth, utilizing criticism, self-criticism, and emulation, which are indispensable for our progress and improvement at collective and individual level. As WFTU cadres, dear comrades, we must objectively analyze the situation every time. We must have objective knowledge of the reality in our sector, in our region, in our union, and in the world as the WFTU leadership. To achieve this level, we need self-awareness, critical and self-critical examination of our decisions and actions. We have a duty to foster collective emulation, militant ambition for improvement, and global personality development in our cadres. And above all, our basic law was and will be the obligation to learn from our mistakes, to study our weaknesses and our mistakes, to analyze them. The intelligent fighter learns from his mistakes. The frivolous, never. Fifth, in this two-decade course, we have walked by utilizing our rich history, with its positive and negative points, with its forward and backward steps, with its dignified compromises and its unacceptable concessions sometimes, with its great successes and its few but existing mistakes. For us, today, historical experience, both positive and negative, is a positive asset and a positive weapon for the present and the future. And to build tomorrow, you need to utilize the experience of yesterday. The usefulness of the history of the trade union movement at sectoral, local, national, and international level is great today. And at the same time, defending ourselves and counterattacking against the dirty attempt to rewrite history is a key task. We were defending, and we defend the historical truth. So we did with special courses on the history of the trade union movement. So we did with special seminars, with book and poster competitions, with publications, articles and speeches.
Με ομιλίες σε κάθε γωνιά του πλανήτη. Στα 17 χρόνια υπολογίζουμε σε πάνω από 3.000 τα νέα στελέχη, νέους αγωνιστές που παρακολούθησαν τα σχετικά.
Have attended relevant seminars. Sixth, we took over the WFTU in a state of paralysis. So the immediate task was action. That is why we launched the slogan, Action, Action, Action, at the 17th World Trade Union Congress in Havana, Cuba. We could not waste time with introversion, inaction, and endless discussions. We stressed that we will bring the WFTU back to life in action. It was through action that we would prove whether and what we could achieve. And we developed all this rich action that you all know, that is described in the texts and main documents of our Congress, and is available in our statistics 2005-2022 handbook, in our videos and publications. You all know about it. So the lesson and the conclusion is action. The action with our goals and priorities. In action over the past years, we have organized trade union education and many trade union training courses. Seventh, we relied financially about the financial situation on which Mike spoke in the beginning of his speech. We relied financially only on our affiliates, on the base, on the ordinary workers. We received the WFTU in December 2005 with a financial debt of $200,000. Today, we deliver WFTU without any debt. We don't owe a single penny. And I would like to thank from this podium of the Congress all the organizations that during all these years have supported the WFTU from their want. From the money they didn't have. When they sent us from Colombia, $100. When they sent us from Nepal, 150 euros. When they gave us from Dominican Republic $40, they gave us strength. Not because the money was so many that could solve our problems, but this was a signature that they were telling us, we were with you. We keep supporting the principles, the history of the WFTU. I would like to thank them all. Their support was giving us strength. Today, we cover all the expenses of the 18th Congress, from the affiliation, fees, and financial support exclusively from WFTU affiliates. 100% from the resources of the WFTU affiliates. The whole cost of this Congress. Dear colleagues and brothers, this gives us the right to call things by their name, according to the principles and the priorities of the WFTU. Because after the overthrows in the international balance of power that occurred in the period 1989-1991, the international trade union movement was also faced with great difficulties and great challenges. Those developments gave rise to serious debates, conflicts, and confrontation within the trade unions. We can say, without exaggeration, that the situation was unprecedented. We saw trade unionists and movements in panic. We saw some people hiding out of fear, others changing their beliefs overnight, others lowering and hiding their banners, their history, their flags. The changes of the century had taken place, and we were all faced with world-shaking events. I was present in 1994, and I see here some of the 3 people who were present from other countries at that Congress. So in 1994, I was present on behalf of the Greek Class Trade Union movement as the then General Secretary of the ESAC at the crucial Congress in Damascus, Syria. And I feel the need to thank the GFTU Syria and the then president of the country, Hafez al-Assad, even though after 28 years, for accepting and bearing the multifaceted costs of organizing the 13th Congress of the WFTU during a period of persecution against the WFTU. It was an existential Congress. The discussions were on complex and central ideological, theoretical, and organizational issues, such as whether there was a reason to keep the WFTU, or whether it should be dissolved and we should all go to the ITUC, then called ICFTU. Like whether the working class exists or not. Like whether class struggle exists or has been abolished by class collaboration, and many more that you all know. It was a generalized conflict because both poles, both lines were strong. At that Congress, friendships were broken. Fraternal unions were divided, and each of us chose sides. The majority position at the Congress was to keep the WFTU and to try to modernize and preserve it. During that tough internal conflict, great personalities played an important role. Among them, the Cuban General Secretary of the CTC, Pedro Ros, Comandante Pedro Ros, the Vietnamese historical communist in the war against the American imperialists, Cu Thi Hau, General Secretary of the VGCL, the Indian President of the ITUC, Mahendra, the Syrian Is al-Din Nasser, leader of the GFTU at that time, and many others, like the Syrian Adib Miro, like trade unionists from Libya, and many more. If I mention these, dear comrades, it is because I want to underline that since we took over the leadership of the WFTU and until today, those who have been constantly attacking the WFTU against the WFTU line and the action and its leadership are the leaders of mainly European trade unions who left the WFTU at that time. Their attacks are dirty, slanderous, and in collaboration with dark and suspicious mechanisms, also with utilizing international organizations, capitalist governments, and the international bourgeois class. All those leaderships that left the WFTU have followed for 30 years a path of integration into the capitalist system. They joined the ITUC and the ETUC, its affiliate in Europe, saying that they would supposedly change these mechanisms from the inside. that they were going to turn them into democratic mechanisms. After 30 years, what is the conclusion? Who changed in the end? Who was transformed? Let everyone draw their own conclusions. If we're standing on this earth, we all know. We know the result. It is useful for the working class also to have its own conclusion, so that we further reinforce the class struggle in Europe. We always have our door open. Every militant union is welcome. For 17 years, we have consistently promoted the unity of the working class and all workers. Building solid unity is our daily task. Of course, we all know, dear colleagues and comrades, that the word unity has suffered in the vocabularies of all the languages of the world. It is the most overused word. Like a sweet candy, everyone has it in their mouths. Both those who sincerely seek it and want it, and those who hate it but pretend to seek it. But unity is not an empty tunic. It is not a colorless, odorless, and tasteless drink. It has a specific content every time. Take the Palestinian issue, for example. The Palestinians are asking for unity, for alliances, and international support to get their own independent state. Israel, on the other hand, is also asking for unity, alliances, and international support. But in order to drive the Palestinians out of Jerusalem. Take the example of Cuba. The North Americans and all the imperialists are calling for unity to isolate Cuba. And all of us also are calling for unity, organizing campaigns and joining forces and efforts, but in order to support Cuba, to support the CTC, to support the Cuban people. We call. So the key is always to call for unity with whom and for what purpose. So the key is always to ask, unity with whom and with what goal? Those are judged in time and place. It is in this way that we have tried to face the needs of the times over all these years, supporting over the years the unity, first and foremost, of the working class itself, its alliances with the poor peasantry, with the youth, and with the progressive intellectuals, that is enlisted in the goals of the vanguard social class. This unity, our unity, class unity, aims at satisfying the contemporary needs of workers and at the same time demanding social changes that will go as far as the overthrow of capitalist exploitation. On the contrary, the pseudo-unity of the reformists, the false unity of the reformists, the bureaucrats, the labor aristocracy, and the so-called neutrals, aims at the make-up and beautification of capitalism and at class collaboration. It aims at captivating the trade unions in class collaboration and in alignment with imperialists. Dear friends, the WFTU and its founding Congress in 1945 has been identified with the most progressive and universal worldview formulated and founded by the giant of the world thought, Karl Marx, with the help and collaboration of Engels. On the basis of these principles, we tried to proceed for the last 17 years by strengthening the characteristics of internationalism, international solidarity, and solidarity among the peoples of the world. We have relied on the rich internationalist history of the WFTU, which has supported the struggles morally, materially, and in every possible form. The internationalism of the WFTU on all continents, in Africa, Asia, Latin America, the Caribbean, and Central America, is renowned and recognized both by friends and enemies. Many times, we have stressed that internationalism, proletarian internationalism among workers and the peoples, is the nuclear weapon of the class trade union movement. This is our force. We stressed and continue to stress that no one must be left alone in their struggles. we stressed and continue to emphasize the right of every people to decide on their own and democratically on their present and future. During these 17 years, dear comrades and friends, we have never claimed to be neutral. We never pretended to be neutral. They generally present themselves as neutral, independent, or without a patron, those who swing once this way and once that way, those who want to look good to everyone, those who are afraid to take a clear position on something or who take a position with opportunistic criteria. We are neither neutral nor independent. We are 100% committed and dependent on the principles and values of the class struggle, on the history and sacrifices of our heroes, on the need for the emancipation of the working class. And because we are who we are not afraid of imperialist threats. The imperialists and the international bourgeois class are afraid and worried about the strengthening of the WFTU. That's why they always use the same anti-democratic measures, like e.g. in 1952, when the renowned president of the WFTU, Giuseppe Di Vittorio, was banned from traveling to the United States to speak before the United Nations. Similarly today, the General Secretary of the WFTU was banned from entering the United States for the same reason. In the same way, they continue with rigged trials against our cadre, the militants of the WFTU in the United States of America, like a year ago when Cliff in Los Angeles was persecuted, against our leaders in all the capitalist countries. All these years, we have sent them, and we keep sending them once again from the podium of the 18th World Trade Union Congress, the message that we are not afraid of them. We do not forget or forgive their crimes. The WFTU of today will either be respected or feared. There is no third way. So we organized 4 international campaigns and material support for the Palestinian people. We organized a global strike against Israeli merchant ships in all the ports of the world. We organized children's camps for young Palestinians, campaigns for the release of prisoners in Israeli jails, interventions in international organizations for the right of the Palestinian people to have their own independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital on the basis of the 1967 borders. We organized similar initiatives of internationalism and solidarity to Cuba and the Cuban people. And together with many other movements, we achieved the release of the 5 Cubans who were imprisoned in the US prisons. In all international forums, we repelled the slanders launched by Yellow Union leaders together with the anti-Cuban mafia living in Miami. And so, we will continue until the blockade is abolished and the land of Guantanamo is returned to Cuba. We had the same position for Venezuela, for Bolivia, against the coup in Brazil and everywhere. In every corner of the world, the international stance of the World Federation of Trade Unions became known. The years I'm talking about were marked by many imperialist wars. Those who claimed that the overthrows of 1989, 1991 would be in favor of international peace turned out to be hypocrites. The politically foolish nonsense of the despicable figure of Gorbachev, that we would all live as brothers in a common house, were proved hypocritical too. 2 wars in Europe, in Yugoslavia and the Russia-Ukraine war now, and the wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Mali, Libya, Syria, Azerbaijan, and elsewhere. These wars confirm that imperialism is a danger to the peoples and the workers. Russia's invasion of Ukraine brings to the surface issues that are always topical and always useful for the workers and the peoples. We remind you that NATO's war against Iraq was for democracy. Their argument that NATO's 79-day bombing of Yugoslavia was for freedom. That's what they said. In Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, in all places where the USA, the European Union and NATO attacked, it was because NATO is in love with democracy, as they tell us. And all major mass media are rallying around these lies in order to fool the people. Wars, like the present one, are fought over resources, over energy roads, over ports and seas. Moreover, now in Ukraine, we are witnessing another serious event: the close cooperation between neoliberals, neo-Nazis, and social democrats. In Ukraine, the mask of hypocrites is coming off. For example, in France. 2 weeks ago, in France, everyone is happy that Marine Le Pen's neo-fascist formation lost. And at the same time, in Ukraine, the same forces support the neo-fascist government of Ukraine and the neo-Nazi battalions. On the one hand, they supposedly accuse Orban of Hungary of being a racist, and indeed he is, but at the same time, they support the racist Polish government. Also, look at the example of Italy and Greece. We're here in Italy. They approve the participation and support of governments by racists and neoliberals like Matteo Salvini, like right-wing racist Panos Kamenos, who supported the government of Tsipras. He used to be good for them. This is the hypocrisy. So, the support and arming of neo-Nazis in Ukraine proves the true face of the USA, NATO, and the European Union. All of them, with this attitude, legitimize Nazism. That is why we are ringing the alarm bell. Behind all these black mechanisms at trade union level is dragging the ITUC and its subsidiary in Europe, the ETUC. They have chosen side. They have always been with the imperialists. They supported the imperialists' wars in Iraq, applauded the wars in Libya and Syria, in Afghanistan, and made statements in favor of NATO bombing of Yugoslavia. Once more, they now stand by the side of NATO imperialists. They shamelessly support the neo-Nazi forces and become a servant of the strategy of the USA and its allies who want the Russian Federation defeated. The People's Republic of China isolated, India and all countries that do not align with their plans captivated. Now that they want to redraw borders to dominate the Arctic and space, so they expand these activities. This big picture comes to confirm in our days that tolerance of the phenomena of neo-fascism produces great dangers for trade unions and workers, and also that cooperation and alliance with social democracy captivates the trade unions and deprives them of their founding objectives. History teaches us that it is a deadly mistake for trade unions to participate in intra-imperialist rivalries and to choose an imperialist camp. Besides, it becomes more and more clear that the most consistent and most effective anti-fascist struggle is the one that leads to the emancipation of the workers and to a socially just society. As a firm anti-imperialist trade union organization, the WFTU has opposed these wars, organized major initiatives, massive anti-imperialist, anti-fascist rallies, and international forums. We were in the war zones in Yugoslavia, Syria, and Iraq. During the war in Syria, we went to Damascus many times. Today, when the risks of a generalized war are growing, it is necessary to intensify our struggle for the end of the Russia-Ukraine war and the resolving of all disputes through negotiations. Our main task now is to strengthen the voices and action for the dismantling of NATO. It is NATO that sets the fires of wars everywhere. Our proposal to announce the 1st of September of each year as an International Action Day of Trade Unions for Peace and Friendship among the Peoples is both timely and realistic. We choose and propose September the 1st because on September 1, 1939, Nazi Germany started the World War II, which cost the lives of 85 million people. It is therefore worth agreeing that we are reviving and reactivating an earlier decision, an older decision taken by the WFTU in the beginnings of the 1980s. Dear comrades, another slogan that we launched over the last years was that in the world we live, our hope lies in our struggles. And indeed, the worker struggles brought about many concrete results. Without the struggles that took place on all continents, the losses for the wage earners would have been greater. Through the struggles, both the solution of some immediate demands, the defense of rights and gains, and the repulsion of privatizations, dismissals, anti-worker changes, and other were achieved. But the most important gain from the struggles was and is the understanding by workers that our power lies only in the class-oriented struggle. Furthermore, as much as class consciousness is raised and broader masses understand that the limits within the capitalist system are not unlimited, this is also a great gain. The worker who will see from his own experience that the struggles go beyond the satisfaction of his contemporary needs, reaching the conflict and direct questioning of the exploitative system, this worker becomes a stronger and more conscious militant. As a result of all these struggles and rich actions came the organizational strengthening of the WFTU with the establishment of the Working Women Committee, the Youth Committee, Immigrants Committee, the Legal Advisory Committee, etc. Over the past years, great fights of all forms of struggle have been organized. From the simplest protests, petitions, rallies, up to more elevated and more complex forms such as work stoppages, strikes, factory occupations, etc. I will not mention countries because there is a risk of forgetting a country, a sector, or a strike. After all, we all know that on all continents the working class came out on the streets and fought. But let me make 3 exceptions. 1. The great strikes in India, with 200 million demonstrators on one occasion and 260 million on the other, were strikes that gave strength and courage to the whole planet. The other was the militant strike of the landless farmers in Curuguati, Paraguay. The other was, that I want to remind you, is the militant strike of the landless farmers in Curuguati, Paraguay, a strike led by Comrade Villalba, which was stained with the blood of militants and heavy sentences that forced the WFTU leader and other militants, affiliates of the WFTU, to spend many years in prisons, some of them 12 years, in inhuman conditions inside the bourgeois class prisons. We saw these inhuman conditions with our very own eyes during a visit inside Asunción prison for 2 times. And the third which is not one but many strikes together, is the blood-stained strikes by Palestinian workers who resist the Israeli army's checkpoints and stand up to Israeli terrorism. Dear colleagues, those who have seen these conditions in that checkpoints, they immediately understand the heroic stance of these workers. That they want 3 hours before passing those checkpoints in order to get to their jobs. And they need 4 more hours when they return to their homes at night. 4 times passing some very meticulous controls and some insulting procedures by the Israeli soldiers. Dear colleagues, as WFTU, we have highlighted the need to defend the right to strike. It is a sacred right gained with the blood of our comrades. The international bourgeois class demands the abolition of the right to strike, putting so many and such obstacles that it will be impossible to organize a strike. We stress from this podium that we will defend the right to strike and the rights to democratic and trade union freedoms at all costs. We do not negotiate over our rights. Comrades, for an international trade union organization like the WFTU, our struggles start from the streets, the public squares, the factories, and our voices reach the international organizations we participate in. We have discussed in previous congresses, and we have decided to utilize our presence in the international organizations to promote and point out the workers' issues. We have no illusions about the current role of the international organizations, particularly after the changes in international balance of power. Today, the international organizations are controlled by the US governments and the European Union. Remember, for example, how many resolutions the United Nations have taken to stop the blockade against Cuba. A lot. What is the practical result? Empty words. On the contrary, it took only one decision for the imperialists to attack Libya. And the war was immediately started at the very same night. This is the picture today. However, we can, without illusions, use our presence in the United Nations and the FAO and UNESCO and the ILO to reveal the truth from the point of view of the ordinary people. Following this tactic over the previous years, we highlighted within the international organizations the murders of pioneer trade unionists in Colombia, the employer brutality against farm workers in Foggia, Italy, the government responsibilities of France and Macron government with the attacks in Gardanne. We fought within the FAO against the high prices in basic foodstuffs. We highlighted within UNESCO the defense of mother tongues and local dialects, which are world heritage. Within the United Nations, our persistence and our interventions for working women have had a significant impact. And of course, in both the United Nations and the ILO, we have consistently exposed the dirty role of governments and employers against Cuba, Venezuela, Syria, Libya, Iraq, Iran, and every people who demand to decide for themselves for their present and future. Dear colleagues, our struggles and our attention included all the demands that concern the toiling people in every corner of the planet. During the period of the pandemic, we revealed that the king is naked and that the poor paid with their own lives for the shortcomings in public health care. At the same time, we insisted on the importance of defending democratic and trade union freedoms, while governments, under the pretext of the pandemic, are sharpening their anti-democratic attacks through teleworking and the generalization of part-time work. The issues of climate change, the utilization of water resources, the need for decent housing, access to clean, potable water for all the residents of Africa, for public and free healthcare, as well as our struggle against child labor, have been for many years the front line of our demands and our central claims on the action days established since 2008, and we organized every year without fail. But allow me to underline our struggles for health and safety conditions within workplaces. It is our basic principle to demand that every worker returns home healthy, safe and sound, to return from work as they left home for work. Because we mourn victims every year. Crimes are committed by employers, by the monopolies and their governments. 301 miners were buried in Soma, Turkey. And the president of Turkey, Tayyip Erdogan, said it was God's will. No, it was not God's will. It was a crime of the employer. In Dhaka, Bangladesh, 1,400 female garment workers were buried. Young workers were buried under the ruins of the old factory. In Rana Plaza, in Qatar, over 6,500 workers have lost their lives in the World Cup works. Everywhere, on all continents, the situation is tragic. The ILO estimates that 2.3 million men and women lose their lives due to accidents or occupational diseases every year. That is 6,000 deaths per day. Worldwide, there are 340 million accidents in the workplace and 160 million victims, according to the ILO data. 160 million victims of occupational diseases are recorded every year. Governments and capitalists are the moral and physical perpetrators. These incidents are crimes, not the result of weather phenomena. For we know well that in fires it is the poor who are burned, in floods it is the poorest that are drowned, during earthquakes usually it is the poorest that are crushed. The real cause of such crimes lies in the thirst for profits. We, as trade unions, we have the sacred obligation to daily raise our awareness and demands for workers' health and safety. Not only when such crimes occur, every day. Prevention is valuable. So this is a daily duty for us. Dear brothers and sisters, dear colleagues, after 5 years as WFTU president and 17 years as its general secretary, I am deeply convinced that the world working class and all the workers of the world need the WFTU. They need the WFTU that gives hope, inspires, and defends their interests. Without the WFTU, the situation for workers and the trade union movement would be much worse and with more difficulties than we have today. Think about what the WFTU has contributed to your own countries from 1945 to the present day. The WFTU has always and everywhere been present and always by the side of your peoples and your trade unions. Think about how many trade unions the WFTU helped to found in the early and difficult years. Think what leaders had emerged in your countries and in your sectors who gave their lives to the class struggles. Do not forget that the most advanced workers and trade union claims were presented and claimed in the banners, publications, and demands of the WFTU. We all have a duty to spread and to defend this historical truth and to expose the liars and counterfeiters who methodically spread lies through the various Friedrich Ebert foundations, through the various NGOs that for the most part are mechanisms of corruption of the workers' consciousnesses. Comrades, in conclusion, I want to say to all of you, to all our members, that I am optimistic that with the unity of all our ranks and by strengthening the class-oriented characteristics of the WFTU, by strengthening our action on what concerns workers today, we can meet the demands of the times. The Russian revolutionary pioneer poet Vladimir Mayakovsky wrote, "The future will not come by itself," in his great poem with the general title, "Pull the Future Out of the Mud." It depends on our action to pull the future out of the mud of capitalism. The future of all of us cannot be capitalism. The future belongs to the world of work and of struggles, for a world without exploitation of man by man. Let us continue, united in our militant line, in the tested line of class struggle and proletarian internationalism, to pull the future out of the mud. Long live the anti-capitalist WFTU. Long live the anti-imperialist WFTU.
Thank you. Viva FSM! On behalf of World Federation, dear colleagues, comrades, allow me, on behalf of World Federation of Trade Unions, to give symbolic gift in the host organization of USB in our excellent comrade Per Paolo, who played very important role for our Congress. Without support of USB, it was impossible to have this successful Congress. Thank you. Thank you very much. Also this one. It is from the second Congress. It is old photo from the second Congress of WFTU in Milano in 1949. June and July of 1949. Photo. Also, this is one very famous from our country, the women on struggle in unity for their rights. Thank you very much, brother. Cynthia, also, allow me, Cynthia, we invite the musician Nikos Moskos, who they prepare the music of our anthem, to express to him our thanks and our congratulations. Brother Nikos Moskos, please come here.
because now we have the speech. Okay. Okay. Okay, dear comrade, after this important speech and all the work of this morning, now we close this first part. We will start again at 2 o'clock. Please be at 2 o'clock inside the room. After lunch, we will have the lunch in the restaurant here in the hotel. And in the afternoon, we will have the speech from the delegate. Each speech is maximum 7 minutes. Please, comrade, stay inside the time because we are many delegates and we need to listen all the delegates, okay? See you at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Quello là, te lo porto di qua.
Erika.
Faz sentido a minha assim. Isso é um segredo. Ainda por cima, o único que sabe és tu. Também não é bem. Não sei se os portugueses já não sabem. Para ver que eu chegou a falar com a decisão pessoal. Eu tenho que estar informado. Não é ele assim. Isto é assim. Ele pode fazer uma coisa.
Casi la tajo. Voy a ir a ver si mi computadora funciona. ¿Te llega bien el internet? Dice, hay compañeros de
¿Qué tal es el legado de CTP? Si quieres, su pública
estamos cruzando los hospitales con los compañeros
No estava lembrando, ele sempre com máscara. Estava todo mundo com máscara.
Menos conhecemos uns aos outros, não é?
Tem congresso desse. Tudo bem? Bem, está.
Vamos pensar una familia.
Sí, sí. Para me concentrar.
Todo mundo com máscara fica mais. Ainda muito cansado.
Eu uma vez estava, sentei-me ao lado dele, olhei para o desenho, era uma cerveja. E o também desenhava, foi
Comrade, please sit down so we can start. Sit down, please, so we can start the second part of the first day of our Congress. Okay, we. Yes, but we need the telephone for the time. Okay, we need to. Okay, we start. So I call Comrade Bro Khan of VUZI-CL, President from Vietnam, here to the Presidium. Before to start our work, I want to tell that we received some greetings from Italian political organizations that tell us that our Congress is very important and they support us in our struggles and work. And the role of the class-oriented trade unions today is more and more important than in the past. And the three greetings are from Manifesta, a parliamentary Italian group, from Rete dei Comunisti, a communist organization in Italy, and Potere al Popolo. So we say thank you for these greetings. Now, comrade, there are some speeches, and if some delegates want to have a speech, they have to bring their name and organization to the table on my left, okay? And I remember that each speech is only 6 minutes. Please, only 6 minutes, because we have many delegates and it is important that everyone can talk. We start with Comrade Bro Kham from Vietnam, President of UCL, and after him, Baran François from Phoenix, France.
Kính thưa ông Chủ tịch Mark Weiba, đồng chí Tổng Thư ký Mark Veriogot, kính thưa đoàn Chủ tịch Đại hội, thưa đồng chí và tất cả các bạn.
Dear comrade, Comrade President Mike Diobe, Comrade George Mavrikos, General Secretary of the WFTU, dear Presidium, dear comrades and friends.
Đoàn đại biểu Tổng Liên đoàn Lao động Việt Nam rất vui mừng được đến dự Đại hội Liên hiệp Công đoàn Thế giới lần thứ 18 tổ chức tại đất nước Italia, tươi đẹp, mến khách, giàu truyền thống văn hóa.
The delegation of Vietnam General Confederation of Labor is very pleased to attend the 18th World Trade Union Congress held in the beautiful country with the rich traditions and culture of Italy.
Thay mặt cho 10,5 triệu đoàn viên Công đoàn Việt Nam, xin trân trọng gửi tới đồng chí Chủ tịch, đồng chí Tổng Thư ký Liên hiệp Công đoàn Thế giới và toàn thể các đồng chí, các bạn lời chúc mạnh khỏe, hạnh phúc và đạt nhiều thành công trong cái trọng trách cao cả của mình.
So on behalf of more than 10.5 million members of Vietnamese trade unions, please allow me to send my best wishes of health, happiness and great success to Comrade President, Comrade General Secretary of the World Federation of Trade Unions and all delegates, all comrades.
Tôi cũng xin gửi lời cảm ơn chân thành tới Ban lãnh đạo Liên hiệp Công đoàn Thế giới, Ban tổ chức đại hội, đặc biệt là Công đoàn Italia, USB, về những cố gắng to lớn trong việc tổ chức đại hội và sự đón tiếp chân tình dành cho đoàn đại biểu của chúng tôi.
I would also like to express my sincere thanks to the World Federation of Trade Unions leadership, the organizing committee of the Congress, especially the Uniones Sindacale di Base, USB, for their great efforts in organizing the Congress, and a warm welcome to all delegations.
Thưa các đồng chí và tất cả các bạn, Đại hội Liên hiệp Công đoàn Thế giới lần thứ 18 là sự kiện trọng đại đối với phong trào Công đoàn Thế giới, nhận được sự quan tâm của đông đảo đoàn viên người lao động cánh tả. Chúng tôi rất vinh dự và tự hào được Liên hiệp Công đoàn Thế giới tín nhiệm lựa chọn đăng cai Đại hội lần thứ 18 và cũng đã nỗ lực hết sức để tiến hành các công việc chuẩn bị trong suốt cả thời gian vừa qua. Tuy nhiên, do đại dịch COVID-19 tại Việt Nam năm 2021 diễn ra hết sức phức tạp nên chúng tôi rất tiếc không thể tổ chức đại hội được như dự kiến. Rất mong các đồng chí hiểu, thông cảm và chia sẻ với những cái khó khăn khách quan.
Comrades and friends, the 18th World Trade Union Congress is an important event for the world trade union movement. which has drawn great attention of all workers and union members around the world. We are very honored and proud to be trusted and chosen by the WFTU as the host for the 18th Congress, and in fact had made every effort to carry out the preparations during the past 3 years. However, due to the complicated situation of the COVID-19 pandemic in Vietnam in 2021, we regretted not being able to host the Congress as scheduled. We would like to ask for your kind understanding in sharing with these objective difficulties.
Thưa các đồng chí và các bạn, trong những năm gần đây, tình hình thế giới có những biến động lớn, nhanh chóng, phức tạp, khó dự báo, cạnh tranh chiến lược giữa các nước lớn, xung đột cục bộ tiếp tục diễn ra hết sức phức tạp và quyết liệt. Chủ nghĩa dân tộc cực đoan, chủ nghĩa dân túy, cường quyền nước lớn trong quan hệ quốc tế gia tăng, chủ nghĩa khủng bố tại nhiều khu vực trên thế giới đã tạo ra những làn sóng di cư, gây nên các cuộc khủng hoảng nhân đạo với tác động xã hội tiêu cực. Sự phát triển của khoa học công nghệ cùng với tác động của biến đổi khí hậu đã làm thay đổi các ngành nghề, hình thức việc làm và tác động tới đời sống của người lao động.
Comrades and friends, in recent years, our world has experienced fast-changing, highly complicated and unpredictable developments. Strategic competition among major powers and local conflicts could continue to unfold in diverse forms, more complicatedly and drastically. Extreme nationalism, terrorism, populism, and great powerism in international relations has risen. These have created waves of migration, causing humanitarian crises with negative social impacts. The development of science and technology, along with the impact of climate change, has changed industries and forms of employment of workers, which immensely affected the lives of workers.
Đặc biệt là dù mới chỉ xuất hiện trong khoảng 2 năm, nhưng đại dịch COVID-19 đã làm cho nền kinh tế từ chính trị đến an ninh trên quy mô toàn cầu gây ảnh hưởng trực tiếp đến sức khỏe, việc làm, thu nhập của người lao động, làm trầm trọng thêm những khó khăn thách thức mà công đoàn và lao động trên thế giới đang phải đối mặt.
In particular, although it has only appeared for a period of 2 years, COVID-19 pandemic has created a crisis with effects in many areas, from health to economics, from politics to security on the global scale, directly affecting the health, employment and income of workers, exacerbating difficulties and challenges that trade unions and workers around the world are facing.
Trong bối cảnh đại dịch COVID-19, dưới sự lãnh đạo của Đảng Cộng sản Việt Nam, với tinh thần chủ động, sáng tạo, Công đoàn Việt Nam đã duy trì các hoạt động thường xuyên, vừa phải tập trung chăm lo hỗ trợ cho đoàn viên, người lao động bị ảnh hưởng bởi dịch bệnh, như là việc ban hành các cái gói hỗ trợ do người lao động bị nhiễm COVID-19, bị tử vong, bị cách ly, phong tỏa, giãn việc, mất việc, hỗ trợ tăng cường dinh dưỡng cho lực lượng y tế tuyến đầu chống dịch, rồi tặng sổ tiết kiệm cho con công đoàn bị mồ côi do dịch Covid, với hơn 3 triệu lượt đoàn viên người lao động được thụ hưởng, với tổng số tiền lên tới khoảng trên 240 triệu euro.
So in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, under the leadership of the Communist Party of Vietnam, with the spirit of pioneering and creativity, Vietnamese trade unions at all levels maintain regular activities while focusing on caring for and supporting union members and workers affected by the pandemic, such as implementing packages to support workers who died or were isolated or blocked, laid off or unemployed due to COVID-19 pandemic, to enhance a nutrition regime for frontline health workers, to open trade union saving accounts for the children of workers orphaned by COVID-19 pandemic. And more than 3 million applicants who are union members and workers benefited from those policies with a total amount of around 240 million euros.
Đồng thời, chúng tôi cũng đã kiến nghị đề xuất với chính phủ Việt Nam ban hành nhiều cái chính sách hỗ trợ cho người lao động bị ảnh hưởng bởi dịch bệnh, như là ưu tiên tiêm vaccine cho người lao động, rồi chính sách chi bảo hiểm xã hội, bảo hiểm y tế, bảo hiểm thất nghiệp. Qua đó đã khẳng định được vai trò và thể hiện được trách nhiệm của tổ chức công đoàn đối với đoàn viên, người lao động. Tổng Liên đoàn Lao động Việt Nam cũng đã thực hiện tốt trách nhiệm thành viên hưởng ứng tích cực những lời kêu gọi của Liên hiệp Công đoàn Thế giới trong các hoạt động đoàn kết quốc tế về phòng chống dịch bệnh.
At the same time, we have proposed to the government to implement many other measures to support workers affected by the pandemic, such as giving priority to vaccination for workers, policies which enable workers to benefit from social insurance, health insurance, unemployment insurance, etc., thereby affirming the role and demonstrating the responsibility of the trade union for union members and workers. VGCL also performed well its responsibility as an affiliate and actively responded to the calls of the WFTU in international solidarity on the pandemic prevention.
Có thể nói, dưới sự lãnh đạo nhạy bén đúng đắn của Đảng Cộng sản Việt Nam, nhờ sự phát huy sức mạnh đại đoàn kết toàn dân tộc và tính ưu việt của chế độ xã hội chủ nghĩa, sự đồng tình hưởng ứng ủng hộ mạnh mẽ của người dân, sự giúp đỡ của bạn bè cộng đồng quốc tế về vaccine, thì đất nước của chúng tôi tới nay đã cơ bản khống chế, kiểm soát, ngăn chặn được sự lây lan của đại dịch COVID-19 trong cộng đồng, hạn chế tối đa những cái thiệt hại, tổn thất do dịch bệnh gây ra, đảm bảo an sinh và phúc lợi xã hội cho nhân dân, từng bước thì khôi phục sản xuất kinh doanh và các hoạt động kinh tế xã hội.
So it can be said that under the judicious leadership of the Communist Party of Vietnam, thanks to the promoted strength of the great all-nation unity, the superiority of the socialist regime, the concerted and determined participation of all the population, and also the support of the international community for vaccination, our country has step by step effectively controlled the COVID-19 pandemic, minimized losses and damages caused by the pandemic, ensured social security and welfare for the people, gradually restored production, business, and socio-economic activities, stabilized the people's livelihoods.
Thưa các đồng chí và các bạn, trong bối cảnh phong trào công đoàn quốc tế đang phải đối mặt với nhiều khó khăn thách thức, khó lường như báo cáo của Ban Thư ký đã chỉ ra, đồng lòng, đoàn kết của giai cấp công nhân tiến bộ, các tổ chức công đoàn trên toàn thế giới trở nên cấp thiết hơn bao giờ hết. Đây là thách thức không nhỏ nhưng đồng thời cũng là cơ hội để nâng cao vị thế vai trò của mỗi tổ chức công đoàn trong đời sống chính trị xã hội của mỗi quốc gia, mỗi khu vực và của quốc tế.
Comrades and friends, in the context that the international trade union movement is facing many difficulties and unpredictable challenges, as precisely pointed out by the report of the Secretariat, the consensus and solidarity of the progressive working class, the trade unions around the world are more urgent than ever. This is a challenge, but also an opportunity to enhance the position and role of each trade union in the political and social life of every country, every region, and of the world.
Nhìn lại chặng đường 77 năm qua, chúng ta có thể tự hào rằng Liên hiệp Công đoàn Thế giới đã đứng vững và ngày càng trở thành một chỗ dựa không thể thiếu được của 105 triệu đoàn viên thuộc 133 quốc gia và vùng lãnh thổ, là công đoàn lớn nhất trên thế giới đứng trên lập trường của giai cấp công nhân. Sự hình thành và phát triển ngày càng lớn mạnh của Liên hiệp Công đoàn Thế giới qua những biến thiên của lịch sử là chứng minh hùng hồn về tình đoàn kết của công nhân lao động toàn thế giới trong việc đấu tranh để xây dựng một thế giới hòa bình, ổn định, bình đẳng, hữu nghị, hợp tác cùng phát triển.
Looking back to the past 77 years, we can be proud that WFTU has stood tall and steadfastly become an indispensable support for 105 million members from 133 countries and territories, which is the largest class-oriented trade union in the world. The formation, development, and growth of the World Federation of Trade Unions through changes of the history is an eloquent proof of the solidarity of workers all over the world in the struggle to build a world of peace, stability, equality, friendship, cooperation for common development.
Trên chặng đường đấu tranh hướng tới mục tiêu cao cả đó, Tổng Liên đoàn Lao động Việt Nam sẽ luôn là thành viên tích cực và có trách nhiệm của Liên hiệp Công đoàn Thế giới, luôn sát cánh cùng các tổ chức thành viên nhằm bảo vệ quyền và lợi ích của người lao động. Đồng thời, chúng tôi cũng mong muốn tiếp tục nhận được sự ủng hộ của Liên hiệp Công đoàn Thế giới và các tổ chức thành viên trong những thời gian tới.
So along the course of the struggle to this noble aim, VGCL will always be an active and responsible affiliate of the WFTU, who would always stand side by side with other WFTU affiliates, fighting for the rights and interests of the working class. And at the same time, we would like to receive the support from WFTU and its affiliates in the time to come.
Xin chúc các đồng chí mạnh khỏe, chúc đại hội thành công tốt đẹp.
I wish our Congress good health and wish our Congress every success. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. Now the floor is Baran François, FNIC France, and after Babis Kirizi, Vice President WFTU Cyprus.
Chères sœurs, chers frères, la Fédération nationale des industries chimiques.
Dear brothers and sisters, the Federation of Chemicals in France, a member of CGT, contains workers from the chemical and pharmaceutical industries. FNIC has a long internationalist tradition. It has been member of CPS, which is the equivalent of FNIC at the international level, and the comrades Anna Couvet, who died in 2020 of COVID, has been a member of that organization, whose offices were in Prague. Then we fought for the abolition by the condemnation by the United States of chemical weapons. Comrade Couvet was also a member of the FNIC. The context since then, the current context, has brought again to the front line the issue of chemical weapons. In 1968, we have also been one of the frontliners of the discussion of energy, and FNIC CGT has accepted to take similar responsibilities since now in present. Since 1968, we have been fighting for that. César Denis, who will arrive later, is the Secretary General of that association since 2018. However, our aim is not to build an agenda with syndicate lenders, but to work with the grassroots against multinationals. Our aims are to organize permanent exchanges of opinion, to publish regularly, especially on the battles and fights of the workers' movement. We work closely with organizations from other countries who also support our values, such as, for example, against violence, for peace, and pro-women's rights. We, for example, support, and now in the context of reindustrialization, the support of workers' rights. We do not support only the workers of France, but also other workers outside our frontiers. Our actions do not limit themselves inside France. For example, recently, we have had the chance to organize similar initiatives with our colleagues from Belgium. Since quite a few years, we have organized the exchange of information in the area of petrol and energy with our colleagues from Senegal. We have also the intention to continue in future. We are trying to develop the same type of cooperation with our colleagues from Congo, and we are open to other organizations and similar cooperations with other African countries. We have also within FNIC-CCT decided to strengthen our relations with Cuba and the CCT. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought to an abrupt end these efforts. However, we have contacted our friends from Cuba today, and we have had permission to continue our efforts and to strengthen our partnership and our solidarity towards them. We use every event, both internationally and nationally, to strengthen our trade union activities, because we know that we have to do that. We have also organized many campaigns for our brothers in Palestine. Salam Mouri is still in prison, and he is one of our colleagues, and we fight for him and all other Palestinian prisoners. We boycott the sanctions, and of course, this somehow puts pressure on the apartheid regime that is imposed by Israeli forces on Palestine. And of course, this is not boycotting the Israelis that continue to demonstrate every day for the end of war and for peace. The proletariat masses increase as the migrants and apatrides and refugees increase. We cannot actually expect the workers to live with a few bites, the leftovers from the big feast organized by the imperialist forces. The internationalism of FNIC-CCT cannot be centered around capital or around imperialism. We have to be, we cannot be simply nationalists. We have to be internationalists. We should not close our eyes to the violations and to the cruelty that accompanies capitalism. We have to use reality to open our eyes to it, and because this is what our workers have to live with. And I have to underline the fact that the women have to take their place in the trade union movement, because this is very important for them. To take their place. It is high time the patriarch organization of society ended. Let us not forget that a typical example of how this has worked against workers is the way the pandemic was managed. If capitalism has the upper hand, it is always the vulnerable, the women, and all other and the workers that will pay. Thank you very much. Long live peace and long live la FNIC-CCT. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. Now the floor is for Comrade Babis Kyridzi, Vice President WFTU, Cyprus. And after him, Zingi Lozi, President COSATU.
Dear comrades, brothers and sisters, with proudness and great pleasure, I express my warm and militant greetings to all the participants, physically and remotely, in the 18th World Trade Union Congress. A very big thank we owe to our comrades of USB for their warm hospitality and for all the work and efforts they have made to create the best possible conditions for the successful organization of this historic Congress. In the years which our Congress is retrospecting the action of our federation, the geopolitical games of the imperialists has continued and intensified. With wars, invasions, and interventions, they are seeking to impose their own economic, political, and military interests. The developments in Ukraine have raised at the highest point the agony of the humanity about the peace and the security in our planet. Of course, no one progressive human cannot accept that the war could be an instrument to manage the international geopolitical cutthroat competitions. So for the class-oriented working movement, wouldn't be possible to form into like and supporting in any way the action of Russia to invade by military way in Ukraine. But on the other hand, they conjure up from the leaders of United States, European Union and NATO the principles of the international law and the humanism arouses our anger. United States and NATO have declared themselves as global policemen who change the weights and measures in relation with their selfish interests. They are responsible for uncounted invasions. They drive forward the militarization of the international relationships. My country, Cyprus, is one of the most characteristic victims of the imperialistic geostrategic games and the foreign interventions. In our region, in Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, for more than 1 century, there has not been a single day that a massacre has not taken place. In Palestine, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Cyprus. In all these wars, directly or indirectly, the American NATO imperialists are involved. Their respect to the international law and their sensitivity for the human rights is provocatively hypocritical and incredibly selective. We are defending positions of principle over time and not selectively. We demand the dissolution of NATO and all military alliances and the abolishment of nuclear weapons. We are defending the right of the peoples to choose their path without interference, without blockades and exclusions. We demand to stop the political and economic strangulation of Cuba, the United Nations resolution for Palestine and Cyprus to be respected, the blackmail of Venezuela to be stopped. We demand the sovereignty and the independence of all countries to be respected. Dear colleagues, since the beginning of the 21st century, the capitalistic economic crises have followed one the other. The pandemic was widened the inequalities, and recently the war is being added. The deprivation, the poverty, the inability to meet the modern needs of life is the economic and social reality for the many. But for the few and powerful, their reality is the luxury, the overconsumption, the arbitrariness, and the corruption. For these reasons, the priorities of the working people movement more or less all over the world these days are the same. Resistance to the deregulation of labor, defense of collective bargaining and collective agreements, repelling the attack of democratic and trade union freedoms, dignified life for retirees, public health systems, and free quality care to all who need it, solidarity and resistance to racism and xenophobia, unity and mobilization of workers around their own class goals. In the current conditions, the important role played by WFTU is more clearly highlighted. WFTU unites our struggles worldwide, and through its actions, it injects a militant spirit of solidarity and internationalism. We need WFTU. We need it strong and active, with the decisions that our Congress will make, with the strong commitment and active participation of all of us. I am sure we can raise the bar even higher. Our guide, the vision of a better world, peaceful and secure, without exploitation and social injustice, without discrimination, without military coalitions and imperialist wars, a world to which is worth giving our best altogether. Long live the 18th Workers' World Congress. Long live the solidarity of the workers. Long live WFTU.
Thank you. Now the floor is for Zingi Losi, President COSATU. If it is possible, after we would like to have a virtual connection with Julia Ambaro Lotan, Guatemala, if it is okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Comrade Cynthia. Greetings to the WFTU President, Comrade Mzwandile Michael Magwaiba, the General Secretary of WFTU, Comrade George Mavrikos, the Presidium, our fellow militant global leaders from affiliated federations, dear brothers and sisters, esteemed guests. On behalf of Congress of the South African Trade Unions, COSATU, we salute the World Federation of Trade Unions for convening the 18th World Trade Union Congress. With every Congress, we are given an opportunity to take stock and reflect upon the work that we have done collectively for the emancipation of the working class since the last Congress, to gauge ourselves against the commitments made and also bring awareness to the areas where we could have done better. This Congress allows us to re-strategize against the prevailing material conditions under which workers and the working class broadly find themselves during this period of crisis. Comrades, the history and bond between WFTU and the progressive trade union movement in South Africa goes back a long way. When COSATU, the successor to SACTU, was formed, it was only natural that WFTU will hail it as representing the most class-orientated elements of the South African labor movement. This assessment was based on the founding principles of COSATU that rejected the divisive anti-working class policies of the apartheid regime and called for worker unity across the racial divide and international solidarity in the struggle against apartheid South Africa. Ours is a relationship based on the convergence of principles shaped by the concrete facts on the ground, which is the conditions of South African working class and the struggle of the imperialism against imperialism. So the opportunity to address this Congress today holds serious political significance to us as a federation and comes at an opportune time when the world and the labor movement are faced with significant challenges that call for the intensification of the working class struggles and worker solidarity. Brothers and sisters, this Congress is taking place at a time when workers all over the world have been left with being exposed to the COVID-19 pandemic and its consequences by a system that neither wants nor is capable to provide the necessary means for dignified livelihoods, healthcare, education, and the right to sustainable work. We really want to thank and appreciate our frontline workers for remaining resilient and continuing to put their lives at risk to save other people's lives. In most countries, they've been working under the most difficult conditions. It cannot be ignored that the economic crisis, which thrived before the pandemic, has been accelerated, marking a new systematic attack on collective bargaining. Since the 2008 economic crisis, we have witnessed the rise of the right-wing movement and governments across the world that have manifested themselves in different ways. In the United States of America, we saw the American policies of Trump and the strong right-wing elements in Europe. Almost everywhere, countries are resorting back to narrow nationalism, blaming immigrants, other countries, workers and unions for declining economic prospects. So as we reflect on the work we need to pay particular attention to, we must look into issues such as the following: condemnation of vaccination nationalism by Western countries and demand the relaxation of the international property rights to allow developing countries to manufacture their own vaccines, increasing vaccination coverage worldwide. The challenges of climate change and a just transition, the fourth industrial revolution and the future of work, and the impact of war on the working class. Comrades and friends, war is an enemy of the working class as we bear the brunt of its effects. It is therefore for this reason that we must unify workers, and we need to stand for peace and social dialogue to resolve conflicts. So as a federation, COSATU calls for more active steps to be taken for the promotion of gender balance in both the structural representation as well as the leadership of WFTU. As Comrade President Makwaiba rightfully said, it is also important to discuss the financial sustainability of our gallant working class orientated so that we can carry out the programs and the mandate which will be given in this gathering. In the light of noting the commendable work achieved during the period under review, we want to congratulate the workers in Brazil for fighting for the release of former President Lula da Silva. His is a victory for Brazil people who have been under attack by a right-wing administration that wants to erode the rights and dignity of workers. We also want it to be noted that for the first time, the International Labour Organization has elected an African to be its Director General, and want to congratulate Gilbert F. Hongbo, whom we believe has the interest of workers at heart. We also want to applaud countries that have adopted and further ratified the ILO Convention 190 on harassment and violence in the workplace. We also look forward to the Global Conference on Elimination of Child Labor, which is to be held in the second week of May in Durban, South Africa. Comrade President, The best tribute for a militant fighting organization like WFTU is for us, as its affiliates in different parts of the world, to continue radical action inside and outside the workplaces, and unite and advance the struggle of workers and celebrate our historic gains. It is at times like these that we need men and women, those of wisdom, to rise to the challenge, and we have no doubt that this gathering will meet those expectations. So in these few words, as a federation, COSATU, we want to wish the 18th Trade Union Congress successful deliberations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Now we have the speech on Zoom of Julia Ambaro Lotan from Guatemala, and after Alizejad Kuzgosmanoglu from Turkey.
Bien, buenos días, buenas tardes para ustedes, camaradas.
Good afternoon, comrades. Comrade President Mike, Comrade General Secretary Mavrikos, militant comrades of the WFTU and the international classes trade union movement that assist virtually and in person our Congress. From the General Trade Union of Guatemala, we give a militant and combative greetings. We hope that this Congress will be a great success and achieve agreements that will permit us to advance in our struggle against capitalism. That is a predator against the well-being of human beings. We also greet the comrades from Italy, especially our comrades from the USB, that have accommodated such an important event for the working class. In this Congress, I wish to congratulate all the militant comrades of the WFTU and for the time that I was in prison. I thank you all for your international solidarity. Today, I could not be speaking to you personally, and even since the penal process has not been resolved, I wish to say that I feel supported and that your support has been vital to maintain myself, allowed me to stand up. From my organizations and we will always be in debt to all of you. From another part, I wish to note, with the increasing crisis that has emerged since the pandemic of COVID, the international capital, especially in the sectors of health, they have promoted aggressive policies against the working class and against our peoples. That even in spite of the crisis, they still wish to maintain their privileges. Within the framework of the pandemic, they go against the rights of the working class. We have been affected by the loss of jobs, the reduction of rights, the increase, the deteriorating situation for women. Rather than supporting us, they still maintain us within domestic work. The pandemic has not allowed them to exploit us, to expropriate our lands. It has caused the mobilization of indigenous groups in defense of the land, in defense of water. Those that have collaborated with the capitalist government have the comrades
defend their lands that have only been expropriated by the oligarchs of our countries. Capitalism represents death and destruction, not only in their economic projects, but also in the wars promoted and against the countries that are developing their own democratic and revolutionary paths, such as the heroic peoples of Cuba, of Venezuela, and Nicaragua. Capitalism continues to recuperate its profits, its privileges, based on its arrogance and its fury, and attempting to impose its will over our societies. We consider that in spite of capitalist aggression and of their puppets, such as the UN, the Monetary Fund, the IMF, and the North Americans, and the other imperialist countries, it is not a hopeless situation. We will carry on the international trade union struggles of the workers that are not organized within the WFTU, but they take on the flags of our internationalism. We are all carrying out the difficult struggles in our countries, understanding the health crisis, the economic crisis, but the exploited should not be the ones to pay for them. The activities must continue on as the 18th Congress slogan states. We must be against the capitalist barbarism, forward comrades of the revolutionary trade unionism, and the comrades present in this Congress. Our activities are fundamental for a new world of peace and social justice exists. Long live international solidarity. Long live the WFTU. Long live the 18th Congress.
Gracias, compañera. Now the floor is for Alide Zaja Kuzgosmanolu, Nakliyatis, Turkey, and after him Luis Villanueva Carbajal, President CGTP, Peru.
Dünya Sendikalar Federasyonu'nun çok değerli Genel Sekreteri George Mavrikos, Dünya Sendikalar Federasyonu'nun Genel Başkanı değerli yoldaşımız Mike, bize burada konukseverliğiyle İtalyan USB Genel Sekreterliğine de teşekkür etmek istiyorum. 18. Genel Kurul'a katılan değerli yoldaşlar, hepinizi en içten derince duygularımla, saygıyla selamlıyorum. 18. Genel Kurulumuzun Dünya Sendikalar Federasyonu'nun gelişen militan mücadelesinde bir adım olmasını diliyorum.
Dear comrade Mike Makwayiba, President of the WFTU, dear comrade George Mavrikos, General Secretary of the WFTU, dear comrade Pier Paolo Leonardi, the General Secretary of USB, dear all attending the 18th World Trade Union Congress, both physically and online, I would like to greet all of you with my warmest revolutionary feelings. I hope our 18th World Trade Union Congress will end up with developments and resolutions which will accelerate the militant struggle of the working class in all over the world. Dear comrades, the 18th World Trade Union Congress is taking place in a historical period that has been marked by COVID-19 pandemic, which started at the beginning of 2020, influenced the whole world and still shows its effects. According to the official statements, 6.2 million people passed away and approximately 500 million people were infected with the virus. And it's known that the numbers are greater than the declared ones. Even though the effects of the virus has weakened, it still remains as a danger. Those who have been most influenced by the pandemic are working class, laborers, and the peoples of the world. They have faced deaths, unemployment, poverty, and hunger. In the pandemic period, the profits and wealth of international monopolies and finance capitalists have increased. As known, drug monopolies such as Pfizer have turned the pandemic period into an opportunity for more profit and exploitation. The negative consequences of the pandemic period have once again exhibited the true face of rotten, parasitic, and decadent capitalism, which has reached the imperialist stage. Millions of people lost their lives due to the privatization of healthcare systems. This period has also proved the fact that the existence of proper public healthcare systems is a matter of life or death for every country. The medical monopolies and finance capitalists have given priority to their interests and profits instead of the welfare of the ordinary people. As a result of this policy, it has been impossible for the peoples of semi-colonized countries to reach vaccine. The pandemic period has also proved the fact that it is the working class who create the social life. During the complete lockdowns in all over the world, workers, especially employed in health, transportation, energy, and security sectors, did their best for the continuation of the social life at the cost of putting their lives at risk. Dear comrades, during the pandemic period, the world economy, international finance capitalists, multinationals, and the rotten parasitic capitalism at the stage of imperialism have also faced new crises. Breakout of regional wars is a consequence of this crisis. We can clearly see what the counter-revolutionary forces led by the United States imperialism are doing in Ukraine. We can clearly see what the NATO, the war organization of the United States imperialism, and European Union are doing in Ukraine, which is a country in a strategic location. They organize the fascist forces and try to oppress the will of the Ukrainian people by means of compulsion, CIA methods, so-called projects, and funding. We can see the similar situation in other regions of the world. As we all know, Zionist Israel has been shedding the blood of innocent Palestinian people in Near East for many years by organizing massive massacres. The imperialist provocations against Syria still continue. And the imperialist forces also implement economic and political blockade against Syria and Iran. Saudi Arabia kills the innocent Yemeni people with the active support of the United States. As known, the United States has also implemented economic and political blockade against socialist Cuba for more than 60 years. It also encouraged the counter-revolutionary forces and organizes many provocations against Venezuelan people. Another point is that the imperialist aggression for the interest of imperialist monopolies in Syria, Afghanistan, Near East, and Africa not only killed millions of people, but also paved the way for millions of people to become refugees. As a result of this situation, racist and fascist provocations against refugees are increasing day by day. Dear comrades, the pandemic period has also revealed some other truths. The truth that the struggle of class-oriented WFTU is totally different from the other yellow and collaborator unions and organizations. the truth that economic, democratic, and political interests of the working class are represented and defended only by the WFTU. In this period, the WFTU took a great responsibility and organized struggles and campaigns under the theme, "The welfare of the workers is more valuable and important than the profits of the employers." Another important side of the pandemic period is that it also created some new opportunities for the organization and struggle in favor of the WFTU. The same period has also proved once again the betrayal of the unions affiliated to the yellow ITUC. As we all see, the capitalist class regards pandemic period as an opportunity to increase their profits and exploitation in every respect. A good example for this fact is teleworking. The employers try to make this employment type permanent. As a result of the teleworking employment type, the employers cheapen the cost of their business. Teleworking also weakens the possibilities for organized struggle of the working class by separating the workers from each other. With the pandemic period, the rate of online purchasing has increased incrementally. It brings about the enlargement of international monopolies that operate in online purchasing platforms. At the same time, the number of the workers employed in delivery sector is increasing day by day. As a result, precarious employment and self-employment in this sector has become widespread.
Comrade, time, comrade.
So, we should strengthen our solidarity with Socialist Cuba, which has been under economic and political blockade for more than 60 years. With the people and working class of Venezuela, the heroic people of Palestine under the attacks of Zionist Israel, which was stabbed in the heart of Islamic region, just like a knife in 1948, as a guard dog protecting the interests of the imperialists for oil and energy sources. We should be in solidarity with Syrian people and working class, the Iranian people and working class, the Ukrainian people and working class. In short, we should be in solidarity with all the peoples of the world who are resisting against imperialism.
Değerli yoldaşlar, bu genel kurulumuzun sömürünün olmadığı, sınıfların olmadığı bir dünya yaratma mücadelesinde başarılı olmasını diliyorum. Viva DSF, Viva Proletarya Internasyonalizmi.
Dear comrades, let the 18th World Trade Union Congress be a further step in the struggle of creating a world without exploitation and without social classes. Long live the World Federation of Trade Unions. Long live proletarian internationalism. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Now, Luis Villanueva Carbajal, President CDGTP, Peru. And after, we will have another virtual speech from Lucia Maya Flemacon, America Latina. Comrade, please, 6 minutes.
Muchas gracias. Camarada.
Comrade, thank you. Comrade President of the Presidium, Comrade General Secretary of the WFTU, George Mavrikos, Comrade General Secretary of the USB of Italy, Comrade Leonardi, esteemed comrades present in this 18th Congress, World Trade Union Congress, the General Confederation of the Workers of Peru, greets the comrades of the WFTU to make this Congress possible. In a international context, complicated international context for the workers and for the peoples of the world as consequence of the pandemic of COVID. A militant greetings and classist greetings to the trade union organizations, the base of the WFTU of all the continents that participate in person and virtually in this transcendent World Trade Union Congress. The heightening of the capitalist crisis, neoliberal, has failed across the world. And the unipolar world that the U.S. imperialism holds is in a severe crisis. It is strengthening itself in an uncontained form, a new multipolar world with the leadership of China, Russia, India, Iran, and other countries with important development that shall accelerate with the repercussions of the war between Russia and NATO, promoted by the U.S. and their vassals of the European Union that are condemning the workers to suffer the results of this war that only benefits the military industrial complex of the United States. The CGTP has many perspectives for this Congress, and we are certain that the resolutions and discussions will serve the international struggles of the working class and therefore strengthening our trade union organizations to resolve the issues of the workers that increase for the increased costs of gas, of food. In this context, the workers of the world with their trade union organizations, we should assume a more active participation in the political and ideological struggles to take the reins, to change, to have the emancipating change in our countries. Being substantive to achieve it, the working class should strengthen the joint action and the solidarity that internationalism represents. Comrades, in Peru, the CGTP has just realized a day of struggle and mobilization and cultural and political events for the International Day of Workers, being unusual that a president of the republic has participated in these manifestations. The actual president of Peru, Pedro Castillo, which is a trade union leader of the teachers, a peasant, a teacher, gave a message in the historical 2nd of May square and called for benefits of the workers, increase in the minimum wage. He affirms that his organization agglomerates the trade unions in renewing and changing the labor laws. In the political, we insist in a political reform to end the monopolies and oligopolies that benefit from the people. And the main proposal is to change the neoliberal constitution that was imposed by a dictatorship 30 years ago. Our Central Trade Union attempts to improve the socioeconomic situation of the workers, which in a critical point of the pandemic, informality increased from a 70 to 80%, while a small group of companies benefit from this. Millions and millions of dollars from the state. Today, extreme poverty has doubled the poverty in workers because of the pandemic. So the pandemic has left us over 200,000 dead. Extreme situation that we have faced due to the dismantled public health sector imposed by the dictatorship. In November of 2021, we organized a program of struggle to have an organic structure in a context of national crisis and structural crisis and a new government, a new popular government. And so we have achieved that the ministry achieved a new labor law of 16 points, assuming the demands of the CGTP, which has received the opposition by the unions of the bourgeoisie, of the capitalists. We understand the necessities, the need to change the leaderships in the unions of base, in the federations, and also in the same main center, CGTP. This requires a long period of coordination with the congresses and assemblies. It's not about renewing leadership, but of a classist renovation. New cadre with an international focus, a qualitative change, counting with representatives of base that can be mobilized for struggles. It also acquires a progressive relevance in the public sector, manifesting its capacity to mobilize. An important factor of these mobilizations is the inclusion of proposals such as collective negotiation, the elimination. We are convinced that this can be achieved with the action of the trade union movement. This is the main strategic objective in accordance with our class objectives. I wish to conclude our congratulations to the Congress, which its conclusions will provide us with a path that will give us a militant path. Long live the WFTU. Long live the Congress of the WFTU. Thank you.
Lucy.
And now, Lucia Maya Flamechon from Latin America.
And after Julien Hack, General Secretary, TUI Agroalimentary France.
Which country is this coming up?
Here.
No se escucha.
Yeah. Not horrible.
Comrade, your microphone is closed.
Unmute.
Ahora sí.
Ahora sí.
Disculpa.
Now you can hear. Good morning, comrades. Good afternoon. I'll speak in Portuguese.
Com vibrante ânimo socialista e internacionalista.
with great internationalist hope from the Caribbean and Latin American workers of construction sector that participate in the 18th Congress of the World Trade Union Congress. This is part of the great struggle in defense of social justice, of the workers, and democracy. With reverence, we greet the leadership of the WFTU and a special greetings to its General Secretary, George Mavrikos. To all the delegations, in person or virtual, I would like to say that in this moment, with great difficulties of which the world faces, a natural crisis, a geopolitical crisis, and the convergence of an economic crisis and the pandemic. The workers live precarious conditions. They face challenges. We look forward in this Congress, inspiration that will flow from the debates. I believe that the trade union movement has great challenges. Unite the battles, the struggles of our class, the open path of new projects such as sovereignty, integration, democracy, and the valorization of work. We have as a strategic path a new social order, a socialist order. And so, comrades, together with the WFTU, we are looking for the unity of the working class with clear, because we understand that the struggle is difficult and long, but victory is certain. Long live the WFTU, long live the 18th Congress. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Julian Hook, General Secretary TUI Agroalimentary France, and after Tan Heng Hong, Nube Malaysia, Sub-Regional Office WFTU. 6 minutes.
Chers camarades, nous tenons à exprimer notre salut fraternel.
Dear comrades, we would like to express our militant salutations to the call to the comrades of WFTU and to the USB of Italy. You know that capitalism is getting crueler and crueler. While confronted with the criminal choices made by capitalism, we have to reinforce and our actions and become more active. In Africa, we have organized 33 countries of the region during our Congress in Senegal, and we have organized also also exchanges between us and these organizations. In Asia, we have founded and established a regional office. This fact creates the foundations for continuing and permanent presence and cooperation in Asia. In the Middle East, we have created the basis for the establishment of a regional office in Cairo. Whereas in Europe, we have become more active, especially in France, in the sector of agriculture. In Latin America, our cooperation with our Cuban colleagues allows us and opens and paves the way for a better presence in that continent. This regional and continental structure will allow us to to organize more actions, but also to reflect, plan, and develop our presence in all these areas, our international presence, in order to make our voice heard. And naturally, we are going to support the FSM in all the battlefronts that continue to develop all over the world. More than 150 million of workers in the agricultural sectors have fought in order to stop reactionary and capitalist policies. One of these battles is the battle against the reactionary forces in France. The pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, have actually brought over huge consequences, and of course the most vulnerable, among which the agricultural workers were the first victims. We have reasons, therefore, to fight with them in order to rid these workers from capitalism exploitation. In this regard, we want to underline that we continue to support, together with FSM, these workers during this period of crisis. Let us not forget that this pandemic has also reinforced imperialism and in their efforts to oppress the people and to increase their attacks against liberty and human rights. The situation all over the world is not the same. And therefore, trade unions need to take their role at the front line to fight for peace, because it is absolutely necessary for us to enforce our trade union presence. Long live trade union solidarity. Thank you.
Nube Malaysia, Sub-Regional Office WFTU. And after, from Senegal, Ava C, WFTU Women Committee. But I think you can come.
Camarade secrétaire général de la FSM, M. Georges Mabry.
Dear General Secretary of the WFTU, George Mavrikos, dear President Mike, representatives of the trade unions, members of WFTU, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to greet this occasion of our 18th World Congress and the fact that we have celebrated also in 2022, the 1st of May, all over the world. I would like to congratulate the General Secretary, George Mavrikos, for the work in WFTU. This Congress takes place at a period of worldwide crisis and reforms. We have seen we have seen changes that are not at all favorable for the people and for the workers. We have seen that there's a lot of unemployment, and therefore we know that what has to be done is that we have to unite our efforts to fight against the exploitation of workers by capitalist forces. We know that we have to fight for the satisfaction of our contemporary needs against capitalism. We know that it is absolutely necessary for us to support the status of workers and against the employers and their efforts to oppress the working forces. We have to stand in solidarity like one person against these efforts of oppression. Long live the WFTU, long live the World Trade Unions.
Nube, Malaysia, Sub-Regional Office WFTU, and after Sweden Committee of WFTU.
Comrade George Mavrikos, General Secretary of WFTU. Comrades from the WFTU, distinguished guests. First and foremost, on behalf of the National Executive Council of the National Union of Bank Employees Malaysia, which we have a membership of 18,000 nationwide, as President, I congratulate the WFTU on the 18th World Trade Union Congress, which is held in Rome. While the COVID-19 pandemic is not really over, most countries have experienced sufferings, loss of livelihood, family, friends, and even working comrades all over the world. The pandemic does not differentiate between employers or workers concerned. While most of us are still struggling to adjust to the pandemic, it is not surprising that there are some unethical capitalists which will take this opportunity of uncertainty to exploit workers and apply union-busting activities in the name of the COVID situation. In Malaysia, the most glaring capitalist who knows no loss of the country is none other than HSBC Bank. It all started 2 years ago at the start of the pandemic, when the country was on a total lockdown. It was during this lockdown the bank went on a full swing to conduct its anti-union activities. The bank also has sacked union officials from the bank on the pretext of misconduct but in actual fact, they were conducting legal union activities. In addition, there were about 300 complaints or grievances in which the bank has refused to address till today. Employees were not even given a workstation when they were told to return to work. Even union officials were barred from entering its premises. The bank even proceeded with retrenchment of employees despite making millions of profit. HSBC is not excluded from the financial scandals that has made repeated headlines all over the world for the past years. In March 2022, Malaysia has started to open up and on the road to recovery against the pandemic to endemic. NUBE immediately started with its picketing protest action against the bank. Of course, the union also faced certain harassment from the government and also from the police on the pretext of the COVID situation. Just last month, NUB again picketed in another HSBC branch, but unable to continue as it was the holy month of Ramadan in Malaysia. Given the history of NUBE, we will continue to fight and find whatever means to ensure that HSBC will be brought to the negotiating table and to resolve the 300 complaints. With this, once again, I wish the WFTU a very successful 18th World Trade Union Congress. Long live solidarity. Long live WFTU. Thank you.
Thank you. Sweden Committee of WFTU. Okay. And after Divanilton Pereira, CTB, Brazil.
WFTU's Congress, Secretary Mavrikos, and Central Leadership of WFTU. Comrades in WFTU, from the Swedish organization, we want to leave a report to the Congress about our activity during the last Congress period and about the WFTU's situation in Sweden. But first, a short information about situation for the Swedish working class. The Swedish working class has for decades been dominated by one large social democratic party who has been waged a capitalist-friendly politic. To this shall be noted that the Swedish Social Democratic Party was active in sheltering of WFTU. The Social Democratic historical mission is to spread the illusion within the working class that capitalism can be tamed and regulated. In a sense, social democracy is bourgeoisie's best friend, and they always deliver all what the bourgeoisie wants, including deterioration of conditions in Swedish working place. Comrades, directly after the last Congress of work was organized to develop WFTU in Sweden. With the help of earlier relations with the WFTU, organized a Swedish WFTU organization. The Swedish organization task was to, within Sweden, spread information about WFTU and our work. During the Congress period, the Swedish organ has had regular meetings. With the organization, we have spread information to labor unions on their Congress, supervisory board, sections, clubs, and working place. The different unions have been construction workers, public service, communication workers, the Federation of Dock Workers and Metal Workers Union, etc. The Swedish organization has organized public gathering to spread the information about WFTU and its activity in Sweden, 3 biggest cities, Stockholm, Gothenburg, and Malmö. One of the Swedish organization's talks is to seek and contact within other parts of the Nordic countries. For fulfill these talks, the Swedish organ has organized a Nordic conference in Gothenburg, Sweden. The Swedish organ has in different occasions through our member cares drew the attention to WFTU global campaigns. The campaigns has been to support Palestine, but also regard the importance of sports movement for the international working class. Comrades, the Swedish organization is facing a necessary rejuvenation, and we see possible to carry our task so WFTU also in the future can have an active organization in Sweden that can continue to spread the information about WFTU and its activities. Comrades, I should finish in Swedish. In this meeting, it's very easy Swedish. Länge leve den proletära internationalismen.
Thank you. The floor is for Divanilton Pereira, CTB Brazil. And after we have a virtual speech from Lao, General Federation of Lao.
Buenas tardes, compañeros y compañeras. En primer lugar, en salud, el compañera Cíntia, a través del camarada, todas las mujeres de este plenario.
Greetings to all the comrades and to the General Secretary and President Mike, all the delegates present in this 18th Congress, the workers of Brazil, the organization represents millions. All the delegations, in person or virtual, that participate in this Congress. We give our thanks and our congratulations to the USB for its habitual and for strengthening the WFTU. We present our condolences to all the victims of COVID-19, in particular of the working class and their representatives. In name of the CTB, I give homage to the former General Secretary Wagner Gomez that died in 2021. Even under the effects of the capitalist crisis, marked by attacks against our rights and the trade union organizations, violently accelerated by the pandemic of COVID, the realization of this 18th Congress of the WFTU is a concrete expression that the class conception of struggle and internationalism of the WFTU is a historical necessity. It is a combative trade union organization that confronts the roots of the challenges of the working class, that struggles for our rights. Because its nature, capitalism, is that what generates the devalorization of work and immense this inequality, social inequality. When this system is in crisis, historically recurrent, it always looks to defend its profit and reduce the rights and cost of work. As part of maximizing its profit, it accelerates the process and technological advances, in particular the tertiarization and fourth industrial revolution that alter the mode and how and where we produce. We support the strong dysregulation of they also support this regulation of the working class, of their relations. In spite of the strategic importance of the actual geopolitical transition, there is still no strong system, political, economic, technological, communicational, and ideological, capable of repositioning the valorization of work in front of the financial hegemony. It is a combination provoked by the lack of perspective of wide strata of the peoples, returning to fragile fronts and manipulation of neo-fascists. The class trade unionism of the WFTU should confront this process in a with a wide amplitude of political amplitude, giving priority to new works and traditions, the intense formation and political communication. And the leadership of the CTB, it is part of the WTU campaign to carry out the day struggle for labor against the reduction of their wages. We also participate in the democratic forces against the reactionaries across the world, promoting a new movement defending civilization against many years of Nazi barbarism. We understand that the geopolitical phase represents tensions between new poles that represent multipolarity. And they try to maintain, to those who try to maintain a unipolar system that is historically irrelevant. The U.S. empire, with its relative decline politically and economically, used their military force and their world shield, the NATO, to stop their tendency of decline. The CTB is a historic defender of world peace, but it does not confuse the manipulation of the global media of imperialism. We always understand their responsibilities in front against the wars that they promote. Of Russia and Ukraine is another example of this strategy. If the Second Congress WTU celebrated also in Italy in 1949 could have a strategic role against those who do not want us to exist, the 18th Congress will complete a new cycle of consolidation. This actual condition, has resulted in CTB. Well, thank you to Comrade George Mavrikos. Long live the working class. Long live the WFTU. Out Bolsonaro, Lula president.
Thank you. Now we have the General Federation of Law. And after, the next is Ali Reza Majob, General Secretary, Iran Workers' House. please. We cannot hear you. Unmute the microphone. Comrade, unmute the microphone. Comrade, you have to open your microphone. On.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellency Chairs of the Congress, dear comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Lao Federation of Trade Unions, we have a great honor to be invited to this important 18th Congress of WFTU this time. We would like to pass the warm greeting and best wishes to the comrades, chairs of the Congress, and all delegates attending the 18th World Trade Union Congress. First of all, Lao Trade Union would like to salute and congratulations to the good successfulness of the WFTU have generally done in the past, particularly implementation of the Trade Unions Movement Action Plan 2017 to 2021 for protection the legitimate rights and interests of employees around the world who are facing various challenges. And I do believe that on comrades here we have discussed and agreed the important issue what related to legitimate rights and benefits of workers and laboring people around the world. Dear friends, as we have known that nowadays, situation in the regions and in the globe have rapidly changed and confusing. Pandemics of COVID-19 that impacts to the trade union movement in each country and WFTU, as well like in the key speech of General Secretary George Marigos. Now we have been facing many problems like unemployment, socio-economic, and other issues. At the same time, the socio-economic and technology have modernized and changed rapidly, but we have noted that the poverty eradication, decent job creation for all, wage improvements, and safety and health and working conditions are not good enough in all regions of the world. Now, our trade union organizations around the world have strongly to action together for responding these challenges. We have to be strong solidarity for what? For protection and helping employees to get the equality and justice for all. Dear comrades, in this occasion, Lao Trade Union would like to congratulate and good wishing the 18th World Trade Unions Congress great success. Long live the 18th World Trade Union Congress. Long live WFTU. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now Ali Reza Majoub, General Secretary, Iran Workers' House. And after Mathieu René Bollet, Railway Federation France.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. همکاران عزیز، ابتدا از جانب خودم، خانه کارگر و کارگران ایران سلام خود را به همه شرکت کنندگان عزیز در 18مین کنفرانس WFTU عرض کرده و از اتحادیه کارگران ایتالیا USB به خاطر میزبانی این اجلاس تشکر و قدردانی می‌کنم.
In the name of God, the beneficent, the merciful, first of all, on behalf of Iranian worker and worker souls, convey the best regard to all of you and participating in 18th Congress, WFTU. Thank you so much, USB, for hosting. Dear comrade, unfortunately, COVID-19 caused we couldn't see each other for a few years. We are happy that we are able to see each other physically. Unfortunately, COLI sanction against Iran, first drug and vaccine, didn't import to Iran and many of doctors and nurses died. That we send grace to all of them. In 22, more than 1,030,000 workers lost their jobs by COVID, that it was more in the service section. Government paid them 1/3 salary and insurance unemployment in service sector. Reduce 18% incomes, especially in tourism and transportation, and more than give insurance on employment. The workers' house immediately started to work, and the first time was lack of masks and produce masks and gun. 110 million masks and 25,000 guns give the workers' hospital and smart workplaces free. And in many parts of the workers' house to start vaccinate workers and their family by agreement with health ministry. This action caused all cities became blue and white. Dear colleagues, today effect of privatization and globalization that result of it child labor, forced labor, damages human dignity and even history. Fundamental Convention of ILO and right of workers. In our country, privatization had bad effect that I protested in the Iranian parliament. Today, in Middle East, imperialists try to abolish peace and bring war till they can sell their weapons. All trade unions always are against the war. Even Ukraine, propaganda in the West, no say real. We hope like cover Ukraine, war cover propaganda in Yemen, Palestinian, Syria, Afghanistan, and other places. No, many of children of Yemen died for hunger. Unfortunately, capitalism became more and more bigger and creating problem for workers, and now rising the price energy invests. Dear comrades, today training can have main role in development of trade union. We tested in our organization in workers' house in Iran. We propose training in different fields we prepare training in different fields for workers and their families. It caused to improve in their skills. And we created some university for workers. The unions should request the government to pay attention Convention of ILO and right of workers, and for prevention of accident, pay attention occupational health and disease, and social security and justice. In the end, we understand this matter. Imperialists come with different forms. One day, one day sanction against Iran, one day by helping terrorists in Syria, and one day issue a statement against Cuba.
تشکر میکنم.
I would like to thank you and support the Palestinian people, support the Yemen people, and support the Cuba and Venezuela and another country that against the imperialists. Long live WFTU, long live USB, long live Solidarity.
Thank you, Comrade. Mathieu Renard Bollet, Railway Federation France. Ah, sorry. Mathieu, and the next, Abdel Salam Suzanne, Palestine.
Bonjour.
Hello. C'est vraiment, it's really a great pleasure for us to meet again because the class struggles have to change. They have to organize themselves at the grassroots, and it's not a virtual reality which is going to change the reality at the grassroots. I will speak on behalf of the trade union of train unions. It's a small trade union. We participate nevertheless in all the actions of the WFTU against the Cuba blockade, against the oppression of Israeli forces in Palestine, against the war everywhere in the world. We fight and we support solidarity. I would like to thank all the comrades of the WFTU for their warm welcome and their solidarity. We are a fighting trade union. We fight against privatization. We fight against the oppression of workers' rights. We fight against the disrespect of migrants and refugees. I would like to congratulate Apisa, Nova, and all the other fighters of USB for their position in the war against Ukraine. You are the pride of the WFTU. We should never forget that we have organized the demonstration in Paris. This is internationalism, and at the same time we have fought against the abolition of pension funds. We have to support today. We have to congratulate today the representation of funds. We have been only a handful in 2014, despite the fact that we have been one of the founding members of WFTU in the Congress in Paris. Despite that, we had lost contact with WFTU, and we have shifted towards the right inside the organization. Do you remember, George Mavrikos, our meeting in Athens in 2013 when you told me, don't lose hope, you have to fight with a lot of stubbornness, you have to fight with patience, you have to fight with continuity, and then you will see result. I would like to congratulate the Union of the Agroalimentary Sector for their solidarity and for their constancy. Let us not forget that we have them to thank for our return to the WFTUE. I have worked hard. I have worked with constancy, dear George, and that is how we have managed to return to here, and we're going to continue this work because we are sure that our beliefs are superior, and that we have to continue to fight against the capitalism and for the working class. The working class, it does not happens only in the road. It happens also in our trade unions against opportunism and against all those who want to stab us in the back. Beyond any all clarity, beyond all talks and discussions, beyond all principles, we have to fight in our countries. It is the war. You know that war. You know who our enemies are because they have taken off their masks. You know it is the Macron government, the CAS and the CSC. They have also been accomplices to this war, and you know that we have managed, despite that, to support those that were at strike, the strikers. We have managed to gather money to support them. We have managed to paralyze the country for 53 countries. Wonderful results that have really put the Macron government with the back against the wall. It had not happened in 54 years, and that despite the cruelty of the Macron government and the cruelty of the employers, right? And despite that, you should know that when the workers unite, they cannot be stopped. It is absolutely necessary to organize the fighting trade unionism in Europe and in the United States. That's the soft point of WFTU, and it has to become one of our targets in the years to come until our next Congress. We have to strengthen trade unionism in Europe and in the United States. We know that during the pandemic, all the workers have tried to continue to produce despite the risk to their lives. The same with the Ukrainian workers during the war. We know that we are the ones who produce the wealth in the world, and therefore we have to manage them. We have to control them. A world without workers is impossible, but a world without capitalism is more necessary than ever. And we can manage that with friendship, with solidarity. A small present for our General Secretary George Mavrikos from our trade union with the WFTU logo. And pour my friend Pier Paolo, I know that je sais qu'en Italie.
Susan Abdel Salam, and after Cassio Caniotto, Unidade Classista Brasil.
Today I will speak in Arabic. Dear colleagues, General Secretary, Comrade George Mavrikos, Comrade, on behalf of our people, Palestinian people, I salute you. I thank you all for your support and your solidarity with the fight of our people, the struggle of our people in Palestine. We thank you for denying what Israel is doing in our land, for refusing what it's doing, and what the apartheid authority is doing in our land with racist ideology. Destroying Jerusalem, Gaza Strip, and the West Bank. Also, destruction is being done in also Al-Aqsa Mosque and through Holy Ramadan month, and also in the Church of our people have faced the occupational authorities with his blood and his arms. A continuous struggle against imperialism and occupying of our land. This solidarity, which we can feel that we're not alone, but we are free people. We have friends all over the world. Dear comrades, our struggle, we thank WFTU for supporting our struggle since its since 1945. It was always by our side, not only in words but in actions. In September 2003, a delegation of WFTU with General Secretary George Mavrikos as head of it came into Palestine in Ramallah and visited the great leader Yasser Arafat, symbol of our struggle. From our heart, we thank you all. We salute all members of WFTU for this support that we know very well the role of ITUC, which since its beginning 1949, it is beside the occupation authority. It's with Histadrut, with imperialism. It is which has the same role in killing of our people as the Israeli state. Amir Peres, which led the war against Gaza Strip in 2003, was the General Secretary of Histadrut. Ladies and gentlemen, let me salute you. I'm saying to you that now workers of Palestine need you more than before. We need to be united against the imperialism and the barbarism. We need you all to have to take more initiative through WFTU, because this development will give WFTU the strengthen. They will strengthen the WFTU. Then I thank you at last. I thank USB for hosting this this conference. Also, let me, as member of ICATU, salute mothers of prisoners and martyrs in Palestine and all those who are defending our land in Jerusalem and in all the occupied land. But we are still standing, we are still fighting. At the end, my message to this conference, we have the hope of independence and freedom. Despite all the struggle, all the killing and all the barbarism that we are living from the Israeli state. We will be in this line, we will stay at this line of fighting till the end, with the Palestinian state independent as Jerusalem as its capital. Long live WFTU, long live Palestine free. Also, I was at this last years of working of our General Secretary. So the best gift is the Palestinian kufiya to give as a gift to our General Secretary from Palestine, the symbol of Yasser Arafat.
No, your headphone. Thank you, Susan. Cássio Canhoto, Unidade Classista Brasil.
Olá, boa tarde, camaradas.
And the next is another virtual speech from Nigeria.
Olá, camaradas, muito boa tarde. Especial saudação aos membros da mesa, ao Jorge Mavrico.
Buenas tardes, compañeros, comrades. In the name of the United class, we are here. We are a trade union current that, in relation with the Communist Party of Brazil, we also greet the workers that struggle for more than 2 years to survive a pandemic that has taken more than 6 million of people throughout the world. We support the workers that have been forged in the periphery in the struggles. We also greet those who struggle to survive the labor conditions analogous to slavery and their poor working conditions. We greet those that struggle to survive misery, hunger, and struggle for dignified housing, for a basic piece of land to cultivate. We greet those who struggle against racism, homophobia, and overall those who struggle to overcome the mode of production of capitalism that exploits them, that dehumanizes them, and kills them. With special emphasis, we greet the people that struggle against the different imperialist aggressions, and the workers, governments, and parties of the socialist states that confront severe economic blockades and various forms of counter-revolutionary action. In the 77th year, the strengthening of the WFTU and its combative, anti-capitalist, and anti-imperialist has never been as urgent. Since the intensification of exploitation and capitalist oppression in the last 30 years, with the strengthening of bourgeois hegemony, with the fall of socialism and the Soviet Union and East Europe, and from this crisis of the capitalist mode of production that has created a tragic yet strengthened form of neoliberalism, neo-fascism, and neo-Nazism that constructs parties and other forms of organization that install themselves in more governments, in more unions, and armed forces with a strong mass. This correlation of forces has fomented the imperialist wars, the increase of unemployment, informal work, child labor, and the loss of rights and guarantees. Part of this problem is explained by the capitulation of the trade union instruments and parties across the world, like the CSI and its affiliates that has conceded to the bourgeoisie, negating the necessity to overcome capitalism and disarm has disarmed the working class, reinforced by erroneous notions calling for the productive reconstruction. This reality shows that it is necessary through the WFTU strengthen the class trade unionism that struggles against the bourgeoisie, conciliation of classes, and the left, and supports the left in the world scale. In Brazil, there's no more reasons needed to strengthen the debates, the meetings, and the process of mobilizing the workers that every day suffer under COVID, with more inflation, principally for the price of fuel, of gas, of food, of the basic living, and a federal government that murders and then turns towards Bolsonaro with a great majority, state majority, and municipalities that are reactionary, with hunger and misery increasing at an alarming rate, with unemployment at a record high that reaches 20 million or more, with more than 40 million workers without formality. Unfortunately, the years of Bolsonaro, the Temer, the coup in 2016 against Dilma, and the years of conciliation of class in the governments of the PT and the CUT were not enough. So that the principal trade unions of Brazil understood that the working class should be the authors of their own projects, immediate and historic independence of the class. In the past 1st of May, the majority of the trade unions of Brazil presented a list of demands organized by some of its leaders and in consensus in elections towards the elections of the presidency of the republic. In this agenda, it is necessary to use the word of revocation when we speak of against the labor reforms and social security, precisely to not go towards the demands of the bourgeoisie. To reverse this situation and construct a counteroffensive of the working class in Brazil and in the world, we must maintain and widen the actions of solidarity with the sectors most affected by misery, hunger, and poverty. Strengthen the debate, the programmatic debate in the sectors, organizations, and the working class all together, and construct mobilizations in the categories that are being affected. It is necessary to mobilize the workers in the trade unions and the movements. Also, we must promote actions and agitation and propaganda, seminars, debates. Out Bolsonaro. We work for all the world together, working for people's power. Long live socialism, long live communism.
Thank you. Now we have Success Leke from Nigeria in virtual. And the next, Anna Busl from Germany.
Good afternoon, comrades, dear brothers and sisters in the struggle against capitalism and yellow unions. I bring you militant solidarity greetings from Nigeria affiliate of the World Federation of Trade Unions, as we all gather in Rome and some of us participating remotely to attend the 18th World Congress of our militant movement that has continued to fight and confront the capitalist class with the aim of freeing the toiling and oppressed workers from their grips. From the team, united, we continue for the satisfaction of our contemporary needs against imperialist capitalist barbarity. This theme for the Congress is very apt because it's aligned with the goals of our global movement in safeguarding the unity of the working class as a single global social class in the struggle for social liberations from capitalist exploitation. Similarly, discussion at the Congress will provide the needed pillars in the preservation and continuous strengthening of the unity of WFTU line, which is fundamental so that our organization can continue to play its role as the most consistent and steadfast defenders of workers' rights. Since inception in 1945, the WFTU has joined forces with its affiliates and other allies worldwide, including peasants, progressive, intelligentsia, and self-employed, to fight all forms of injustices meted to workers by the capitalist class and defend their rights. One fight WFTU should never relent to fight with African affiliates is on how to eradicate COVID-19, which capitalists globally are now using to make jobs more precarious. Workers throughout the capitalist world were left unprotected to the pandemic and its consequences by a system that neither wants nor can provide the necessary means of a dignified life for health and education, for the right to work and for work with rights. The pandemic has exacerbated the continuous violations of labor rights of workers, of their freedoms to freely join trade unions of their choice, precarious employment without social protection, and many more violations that has left workers impoverished and living below poverty lines. We appreciate the militant voice provided by WFTU against the handling of the pandemic and to call workers with the needed occupational health and safety during the pandemic. Comrade brothers and sisters, at the third African Conference of the WFTU in Abuja, Nigeria in 2017, certain demands were put forward by African affiliates, which still demands urgent attentions today include the immediate cancellations of African debt, socialization of the means of production, the limit to and drastic reductions of military expenditures, improvement of the life expectancy, and eliminations of social inequality and discrimination, creating dignified employment for the poor, the unemployed, and immigrant, guarantee of access to potable drinking water, the creation of safe quality housing for the working family, nationalization of African land to stop the export of waste to Africa to preserve our environment and the ecosystem. All these issues still demand immediate and urgent attention by all the stakeholders with WFTU providing the leadership. Comrades, finally, we appreciate the doggedness and militancy of the WFTU Global Secretariat under the leadership of Brother George Mafricus, despite the various onslaught by the capitalists using the instrument of the state to undermine the continued existence and relevance of the global body in fighting for justice, equal right for workers worldwide. Brother Mafricus, you hinted during the Presidential Council virtual meeting in February that you will not be recontesting your positions of General Secretary again. We are hoping you will reconsider your stand and continue to steer the ship of WFTU for more fruitful years. On behalf of all African affiliates, all Nigerian affiliates, and militant workers around Africa and the globe, I wish all of us fruitful discussions and deliberations. Viva WFTU, Viva USB of Italy.
Thank you. And now Anna Blues from Germany. The next, Amia Mohanty, President of TUI FISE.
Hi, comrades. I'm Anna, and I speak for the Secretary for Industry and Trade Unions of the Workers' League for the Reconstruction of the Communist Party of Germany. Comrades, greetings from the colleagues and comrades, the militant ones from Germany. Comrades, I will focus only on one point, only on the question of war. And it's clear, only the working class has the only answer to war. Without revolution, the war will not end. Turning the guns around against their own masters is the only answer the working class has to the war. Because the war is first and foremost a war against the proletarians, a war of the robbers and imperialists about economy. A handful of oligarchs, a class of bourgeoisie, newly emerged from socialism, is fighting for the division of the former people's property. The cause of the war lies mainly in the counter-revolution, in the temporary defeat of socialism. This defeat did not bring about a classical capitalism, but a robber economy and a robber bourgeoisie. This robber bourgeoisie lives by plundering the riches, the factories that the people had created under socialism. They are not capable of any development and progress. Socialism had developed the economy in a scale, centralization, and productivity that capitalism cannot reach, that capitalism cannot utilize. The situation of the new bourgeoisie, which emerged from the counter-revolution, the old imperialism knows how to use it. So the war has two sides. While on the one side, the oligarchs want to shoot their way to establish their own great power. On the other side, there are the old imperialists. They want to reconquer the territory that has been taken away from them for over 100 years. For this, they subdue individual oligarchs and occupy territories, establish their vassals and compradors to conquer their share of the loot in the war over the riches of socialism. Also, the German imperialism wants to conquer its share. It is highly industrialized, but it is under pressure. The German monopolies are falling behind in the competition. More and more, they have to dismantle and offshore their industry. By now, 8 million workers are exploited by German imperialism. The productive forces in their own country are hardly any more being developed. The monopoly bourgeoisie is no longer able to fight the competition and to keep the maximum profit by itself. They have gone over to plundering the state, coffers and social security funds to plunder trillions with the help of their government. Even to wage war, they have to take large loans and war bonds. It is the most important task of all workers to build an international anti-war front, even if it is not easy in the Federal Republic of Germany. The German working class lives a petit bourgeois lifestyle. It has forgotten its history of a particularly well-organized and fighting class. From many defeats, it has not learned the necessary lessons. Thus, a reactionary trade union leadership can speak in the name of the workers and openly pursue the policy of monopoly bourgeoisie and that of splitting. Only with deeds, we can raise up a class that has lost confidence in its own strength. We are waging a tough struggle to organize the individuals, strugglers in the factories, especially in the big factories of the car industry, like BMW and Daimler. May Day clearly show that the reactionary unions of the DGB, with their war support, can no longer rely the workers behind them. We have begun with the Revolutionary Front to form a class struggle organization for all sectors of the unions, to bring together the militant and revolutionary workers, to organize them beyond the workplace, and to wage into fighting in a struggle against the reactionary trade union leadership, with the aim of turning our unions back into fighting organizations. We do this through our own workers' marches against the war, which we organized in March in six cities and with red blocks at the May Day demonstration. We hope that this Congress can give a signal to build an international anti-war front of the workers. The struggle of the workers in Greece and in Italy against armed transports, we immediately spread at our factories because they were just bravo. The question is, what are we doing? Everybody, and of course we, have to ask ourselves, to do in fact, to build up an international anti-war front of the workers. We have the weapons to do so. So let us use them. Let us use the weapons the proletarians have. Long live proletarian internationalism.
Thank you. Amilia Mohanty, President UI-FISI. And the next, Tommaso Marcon, Italian Youth Organization.
Good afternoon to you all. Revered Comrade President of WFTO, esteemed Comrade General Secretary WFTO, distinguished veterans of trade union movement in the Presidium, delegates, observers, and friends who have assembled here in one of the ancient historic city of the world to debate, decide, and carry on the banner of WTO and to fulfill its commitment. The country where we are sitting here, discussing here, Italy, not only represented the greatest ancient wisdom of the world, it also became the pioneer of democracy. It became the pathbreaker of legal system. It has fought against dictatorship. It has also demolished the fort of fascism in the world spheres and given a message of democracy, freedom, equality, and rule of law. Hats off to the Italian organizers, USAB. They have organized this great conference here to again carry on the message, burn the flag of democracy, equality, socialism, and communism in the entire world. At the outset, on my personal behalf and on behalf of World Federation of Teachers Union, FISE, I extend you a warm greetings, best wishes that after so many years of corona pandemic, we are meeting each other to exchange our views and have a cordial exchange of words. I'm also extremely grateful to the USAB leadership for their extreme cordiality, great reception. They provided a venue to march on, WTO march on. WTO, we all know, born from the ashes of imperialism, colonialism, fascism, has in fact become the vibrant watchdog of rights and liberties of working people of the world. In general, besides struggling for an equitable socio-economic world order and a society free from exploitation and domination. Since its foundation, WTO struggling against various odds and challenges of a capitalist world order and monopoly of the world capital, has succeeded to provide an international platform cutting across the geography, caste, community, and religion variation, and provided a platform of struggle against the capitalist domination. Today we are meeting in a very difficult and challenging condition of workers around the world, caused due to the pan-epidemic corona, which further pushes the agenda of the capitalist class and corporate classes, taking this opportunity as a godsend message to trample down the democratic rights of rights of everybody. Democratic and trade union rights of working class is under serious threat. I take this opportunity to salute all our comrades of the world for the strong resistance and powerful agitation to keep burning the lamp of WTO commitment, struggle in Palestine, struggle in Cuba, struggle in Venezuela, everywhere in India. We are on the struggle path against this corporate capitalist domination. I come from India, where there has been a honeymoon of corporate and fundamentalist. Public sectors are being indiscriminately privatized. Labor laws are being distorted. And we find government has started implementing an undemocratic, retrograde, and exclusionary education policy against which all the teacher union in India, trade union, labor union, they are fighting, and my comrades here, they will explain in detail about the condition of India. I do not want to go into detail of that. We are in a very difficult situation in India, fighting against a corporate, communal, fashion government there. WTO General Secretary has presented a document that is the thesis of the priorities before us. It is also given a slogan, hope lies in struggle. Our duty is to carry out the resolve of WTO to the ground level and build up a powerful struggle to overthrow capitalist, corporated, dictated world order and fight for socialism, the only response to the challenges of the time. I again reiterate my commitment on behalf of the World Federation of Teachers Union to be in arms with WTO and carry on its direction in the interest of a society free from exploitation and domination. Friends, I come from a country where we have Gandhi, where we have Buddha who gave the message of peace, a Gandhi who led a determined struggle against imperialism, colonialism, subjugation. And we have a B.R. Ambedkar who fought for the depressed minority section. B.R. Ambedkar said, educate, organize, and agitate. Let us, this slogan reverberates around the world, makes the world free from exploitation and domination. We have also Vivekananda, who in the great Chicago conference said that entire internationalism became his fast card, and he said that world we unite, and he has given a message for the good being of the humanity. I do not want to take much of your time. I am a student of history. I am neither worried, nor disturbed, nor excited, nor agonized in the present situation, because I think history is a history of struggles. History is a history of domination and protest. Domination and protest history, and today's situation is a continuation of the history of domination and protest. More we protest against domination, maybe in the form of caste, maybe in the form of community, maybe in the form of money, we have to protest it. This is the lesson which we have learned from WFTO. WFTO not only has given us a weapon, it has given us a slogan, friends, and with this slogan, definitely I hope we will continue. And I'm extremely grateful to the honest speech of our President and General Secretary in the WFTO Congress. These speeches are are definitely inspiring. It's a tonic, it's a flicker of hope in the amidst gloom of desperation, gloom of frustration. WFTO leadership has taken us to a logical conclusion, and I think this 18th Congress, World Federation of Trade Union Congress, will not only be memorable, not only be historic, it will also be eventful and will send the signal throughout the world, break the world order, proletariat of the world unite, peoples of the world unite. We have nothing to lose but to change, and our only duty to destroy, demolish, and keep buried the forces of capitalism, forces of socialism, and so, across the world I have seen, you must have seen, across the world problem is one, problem is domination. Across the world, solution is one. Rightly given by the WTO. Hope lies in the struggle. With these words, again I extend my deep gratitude to you, greetings to you. Long live PISA, long live WTO, long live workers, teachers, peasants, unity in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Tommaso Marcon, Italian Youth Organizations OSA and Cambiare Rotta. And the next will be Ozzy Warwick, virtual from Trinidad and Tobago.
Allora, buongiorno a tutti. Io sono
Good morning, everyone. I am an Italian student. I am speaking on behalf of the OSA organization, the Alternative Student Opposing Movement. First and foremost, I would like to thank the WFTU for giving me this opportunity today to offer my support, our logistical support, our material support in organizing this Congress, this glorious Congress. And we are very proud of the fact that after the last Congress that was held in Italy in 1949, when Di Vittorio was the General Secretary, finally the Congress is back in Italy, and we as youth, we welcome that, and we wish you every success. Now, that is why we are proud. We are Italian students, and we think one thing. We believe that the alliance between workers, young people, is today the winning strategy to finally overthrow this system, this barbaric system. We saw that in Italy. A few weeks ago, we organized a mobilization on the 22nd of April, together the Base organization, and we protested together with the workers and the students. We had thousands of students and workers here in Rome, and we hadn't seen that in years. We wanted to show our unity among students and workers in opposing capitalistic exploitation and the barbaric actions of NATO, which is only an accomplice of this. This moment, this alliance, bringing together students and workers, was a pivotal moment. It was a key moment for a mass student movement that developed here in Italy, and that over the last few months brought to hundreds of occupations in our schools, and where we close our doors to fight against the reforms of our government, the Draghi government, and the EU reforms, a mass movement that mobilized for months through protests and manifestations, and that reached its peak moment in April during that protest that I described before. This is a movement that was created after 2 Italian students died during some unpaid internships for businesses. Students are also victims of capitalist exploitation, just as workers all over the world are. And that's why I would like to conclude. It is fundamental that we join forces to win against our enemies. Capitalist exploitation, imperialism, NATO, and barbarism. We welcome this Congress and we wish you every success. Finally, I would just like to say one thing. This for us is a reason to be proud. Today, WFTU isn't just at the avant-garde in terms of the fight against imperialism and capitalism all over the world, but it is also a symbol of peace. If the fortress of peace for those fighting against those that want to damage our environment and our peace. Thank you, and long live our struggle.
Thank you to Tommaso for his speech, and thank you to all the young comrades that in these days helped USB to build this Congress. Now the floor is for Ozzy, the virtual floor is for Ozzy Warwick, Trinidad and Tobago. The next, Premal Kanal, Nepal.
Thank you very much, Comrade President Mike Makiba, Comrade General Secretary, Comrade George Mavrikos, fellow comrades of the Presidential Council, Comrade delegates of this 18th World Trade Union Congress in Rome and virtually, buongiorno compagni. Good day, comrades. I wish I could be there with you, and I want to commend the USB Italy for its hard and revolutionary work in organizing and hosting this 18th Congress. On behalf of the Oil Field Workers Trade Union of Trinidad and Tobago, the militant oil workers, electricity workers, the manufacturing workers, education workers, I bring solidarity to all the class-oriented workers and trade union affiliates of WFTU. WFTU was built on the fundamental idea that workers must hold the reins of power. But under capitalism and the imperialist forces, this will not happen. And so it was the duty of all class-oriented trade unions to commit to ending capitalism and imperialism and ushering socialism into our world. I would like to salute Comrade George Mavrikos. Since his election as General Secretary in 2005, we have seen the World Federation of Trade Unions move from strength to strength with increasing number of affiliates. There could have been no one better and more determined than Comrade George Mavrikos. And so we, the delegates at this 18th Congress, must salute his stewardship, leadership, and deep love and commitment for the working class. In fact, Comrade Mavrikos, you look younger than me, so I think you could have gone easily for another 17 years. Comrade delegates, we must endorse the theses and priorities. This document represents the fundamental issues facing the global working class and properly analyzes and sets out the correct priorities. There can be no doubt that we have faced a global health crisis, but we must also remember that the crisis did not emerge with the pandemic. There is still the climate crisis, the economic crisis, the military crisis. But these crises are the manifestation of the fundamental crisis of capitalism. The capitalist class using these crises to place the full burden on the workers. They're using the crisis to extract more and more the surplus value of workers' labor power by making work precarious, by privatization, reducing wages, reducing social security, restricting labor agreements, viciously attacking trade unions. In my country, for example, they have closed the steel plant, they closed the oil refinery, petrochemical plants, manufacturing plants, and more than 20,000 people have lost their jobs. And they say that this is a just transition. I want to make it abundantly clear that what is in fact happening is an unjust transition. The so-called green economy and green jobs are nothing more than precarious jobs. We must demand a red economy, red jobs, public ownership of energy. When the world transitioned into capitalism, it has created a climate crisis. And therefore, what we need is to transition out of capitalism. On the priority of the trade unions for peace, friendship, and international cooperation, we support the call for the 1st of September to be an International Day of Trade Unions for Peace. There can be no peace once capitalism and imperialism continues to dominate our world. We therefore stand with the people of Cuba in their struggle against the 62-year-old inhumane and unjust embargo. We stand with the people of Venezuela. We stand with Brazil. We stand with Bolivia. We stand with Palestine. We stand with Libya. We stand against fascism in all its forms. Comrade delegates, we must recognize and commend WFTU on the body of work over the last 5 years. Vast amount of activities reflected in the 2017 to 2021 report. The great work of the WFTU Secretariat took place with very limited resources. Therefore, as a member of the Financial Control Committee, I implore upon all our affiliates to redouble our effort to ensure a more resourced Secretariat. You can imagine the amount of work that could be accomplished. Comrades, delegates, now more than ever, we need a strong and united WFTU. Unity, strength, and brute force by the working class are necessary to confront capitalism, imperialism, and the neoliberal agenda. To repeat Rosa Luxemburg's slogan, it is either socialism or barbarism. Since we choose socialism, then we must enlist our members, the young people, women, communities in our march to a socialist world, which is only possible with WFTU as we go forward ever, backward never. Long live the WFTU. Long live the class-oriented trade unions and militant workers of the world. And in the spirit of Gramsci and Vittorio, lunga vita la rivoluzione.
Thank you, comrade. Premar Canal from Nepal, and the next, Marco Tulio, Venezuela.
Thank you, comrade. Comrade Presidium, member of 18th Congress of WFTU, Comrade President Macavaya, Comrade General Secretary Zarmiabikos, dear delegates and friends, I would like to extend my warm greetings to all delegates and representatives from all around the world on behalf of Nepali working class under the banner of Confederation of Nepalese Professionals, CONEP, Joint Trade Union Coordination Center, JTUCC, and WFTU Coordination Committee, Nepal. I would like to special thanks the USB Italy team and President Comrade for hosting this 18th Congress despite the impact of COVID-19, which has caused serious health and economic problems in this beautiful country. I would also like to pay my respect to Comrade President Macavaya and Comrade General Secretary Zarmiabikos and the entire WFTU headquarters to providing strong leadership throughout the 17th Congress despite the challenge. I would like to pay my heartfelt condolence to our beloved leaders of WTO and thousands of workers who have lost their lives during the impact year of the COVID-19 pandemic. Dear comrades, the impact of COVID-19 can be seen world economy, health, supply chains, and employment. In addition to the pandemic, the leader of world imperialism, the USA and its allies, have continued to raise their war against those who opposed its terrorism and expansion, as seen in the recent Ukraine and Russia conflict. Moreover, its ally Israel has all long been suppressing Palestine and has caused humanitarian crime in other parts of the Middle East. The global capitalism, through the new liberal economic policy, has led to economic crisis, leading to added poverty and unemployment. World health is confined to fewer people, leading to unequal wealth, distributing in the world economy, making rich more and poor people towards poverty. Popular labor exploitation mechanism such as hire and fire, no work, no pay, contract and outsourcing has been getting more popular among the capitalists, causing more trouble to the working class, leading to no ownership to labor and wage determination. Such a condition have led workers to leave then home country to seek better job opportunity in migrant workers and work more miserable working condition. The condition is well presented in my country, Nepal, among many other so-called third world countries. Dear comrades, we are gathering at this Congress amid the pandemic COVID-19 and your expanding global imperialism. I am hopeful that this Congress will discuss the current labor situation, working class condition, and come up with effective strategy to overcome the challenge related to labor exploitation due to the global capitalism and imperialism, as thousands of workers across the world have been closely following this Congress with utmost hope. Our open is class struggle. Without ideological support, we cannot fight against capitalism and imperialism. Therefore, this Congress emphasizes to conduct intensive trade union education program in continent level and country-wide. We must now move into the direction of socialism through a stronger labor movement to counter the impact of imperialism and capitalism barbarism. This Congress must provide a strong vision and path for an effective way to overcome the havoc caused by the capitalism all over the world for the next 5 years. The WTO must provide strong leadership to an action-oriented trade union movement on a continental and country-wide basis. The role of TUIs must be made more dynamic and effective to implement the values and goals of WTO and explore new space to found new TUIs like media, artists and culture, and health professionals, etc. This Congress also emphasizes to WTO make a financially strong, financial independence. I proposed in this Congress, each affiliate trade unions should contribute to WTO membership fee per member minimum dollar per year or per month. And similarly, WTO also must play a strong role in addressing the issue of youth, women and peasants and other marginalized groups through continuous lobbying with the United Nations and its specialized agency. I hope that this Congress will leave a strong message against imperialism and global capitalism by denouncing the expansion of NATO in Europe and calling for its disbandment. I also hope that the Congress will denounce the proxy war waged by the US in the Middle East, Ukraine and Africa, and advocate for peace and unnecessary killing and displacement of the working class. Similarly, I request this Congress to also draw its attention to the increasing US hegemony in the Asia-Pacific region and its use of Nepal for its anti-China strategy and military expansion against China. May this Congress leave a strong message against the global capitalists who are trying their best to weaken to working class movement and its solidarity. May this Congress also provide hope a better future through socialism to all working class people in the world. Finally, I would like to wish the entire WTO organizing team of this Congress and representative in the successful 18th Congress. Long live WTO! Long live WTO! Long live USB, Italy and WTO! Long live working class unity! Long live international and solidarity! Thank you.
Now Marco Tullio from Venezuela, and the next Filippo Beroggi, independent student from Switzerland.
Querido
esteemed comrades, the WFTU of Venezuela congratulates the 18th Congress of the WFTU. It thanks, enormous thanks, the invitation and the participation in this event, historic event, that develops the WFTU here in Rome, Italy. We would also like to greet our General Secretary, George Mavrikos, the organizers of this event, the President of the WFTU, because the working class of Venezuela keeps advancing in reaching definitively defeating the blockade imposed by the North American Empire. And in spite of all the measures that have affected our people, the economy, the development of the country, today we can say that thanks to the friends, the peoples, the brothers of the world, like the WFTU, its solidarity, its expression that is made all throughout the world, especially from the voice of our General Secretary, George Mavrikos. Today, Venezuela, with the support of Cuba, China, Russia, amongst other brother countries, allied countries, we are confronting imperialism and all that they have proposed themselves to defeat a legitimate government, but especially a revolution that keeps expanding and moving forward with a woken up people. Today, Venezuela wakes up and it is overcoming the crisis, the economic, but also mention that Venezuela has been vaccinated 100% against the pandemic, and that is a positive result because it permits the working class to continue producing in a country so that we may achieve the highest level of happiness of our people. It's important to note that in this Congress, the WFTU in Venezuela continues growing. It keeps being empowered. The working class continues to affiliate to all the sectors and others that continue to present their aspirations to affiliate to the WFTU. The WFTU Venezuela has proposed itself a great challenge in the continent. Mission: continue projecting all the all that the WTO has proposed itself of an inclusive policy, of a social policy that permits us contributing from our trenches so that the WTO may continue confronting those that wish to continue damaging the peoples. That's why from the working class of Venezuela, we wish to be in solidarity with all the brother countries that are being attacked by imperialism, sanctions, embargoes, blockades, like Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Palestina. And that's why solidarity wants to be transmitted from the people of Venezuela. Today we are struggling. Comrades, thank you, the world. Thank you to the WTO for so much solidarity with our people, and especially with our working class. Long live the World Federation of Trade Unions. Long live the working class of the world. Long live internationalism.
Filippo Beroggi from Switzerland, Independent Student Association, and after Alejandra Wilches from Colombia.
Care compagne e cari compagni.
Dear comrades, my name is Filippo Beroggi and I represent the Independent Union of Students and Apprentices. We are active in Switzerland, in the Ticino canton, where the official language is Italian. We were born in 2013 and we struggle to improve working conditions for students and young workers. We are actively engaged to defend FSM's principles, such as the fight against precarity, the right to study. And scholarships have been attacked by many bourgeois parties in order to actually make students pay so that inequalities can actually rise between youngsters of different social extraction. Our union has launched a petition in 2018 where many measures were asked for. This petition was supported by many people, and through the mobilization of the students of Ticino, we were able to raise the scholarships from 16,000 to 20,000 francs, Swiss francs. We have approved a solidarity resolution concerning the scholarships, between which Brazil and Greece during the pandemic. Social inequalities have been on the rise and the right to study has been threatened. We also want to express our solidarity with Indian peasants. In 2021, we launched a popular initiative for the minimum wage, and we hope that we are going to win in order to tackle precarity that is mainly targeting young people and women. Our union offers a place in order to listen to young people that don't want to serve for a military corps that is actually in the favor of NATO.
Imperialismo è raggiunto il multipolarismo. Le tesi di questo congresso.
The thesis of this Congress mention the improvement of working conditions. In Switzerland, we are already in favor of this, but we don't, not only because this has proven to be socially unjust, and it is only increasing the alienation of a situation. That is why we would like to find a common strategy. We are ready to keep collaborating to strengthen the WFTU and to improve our trade union work, because we can see the excuse of the Ukrainian war that is keeping the EU busy.
Il CISA partecipa ai lavori dell'FSM dal
CISA has been part of the WFTU since 2005. Since then, we have taken many steps forward. For example, we have created a youth movement of the WFTU, but we would like to already establish a new coordinating mechanism to make sure that we can all work together and reason together to counter psychological threats as well. This year, we're focusing on psychological health and on the fact that schools and the capitalist system keep causing psychological issues in our students. We have been using the PHQ-9 to understand the epidemics in our students. We have found out that a third of our students are depressed, and only 8% of our students do not show those symptoms. As we know, we're not all in the same boat. As a matter of fact, the poorer students show the symptoms more than others. This is caused by a system that generates competition to maximize profits, that turns students into things and not into human beings as they should. That's why we would like to encourage you to keep studying psychological issues and topics so that we can mitigate the effects of this situation. We are not working hard enough on psychological health, even though we are working very hard. Long live WFTU, the unions of students, and international solidarity. Thank you.
Grazie. Alejandra Wilches, Colombia. And the next, Luis Miguel Busto, España.
Fraternal saludo a
I want to give my greetings here in the Congress, and to those that they're not here with us, and they are following this Congress virtual. I want to give my greetings from FSM WFTU Colombia. Who during 2018 have done a lot for the genocide perpetrated to the people, for indigenous people. From 2017 until 2022, 1,300 leaders from the organizations of indigenous people have been murdered. With the excuse of the endemic, the attack to this group has been intensified. One announcement por
asesinadas, la mayoría en manos de la fuerza pública. Más de 100
thousands of youth injured, hundreds of sexually assaulted, thousands of detained youth just within the first month of that protest of the national strike. The WFTU and its affiliates also took to the streets, the embassies, the consulates in different countries to protest against the repression which suffered was by this popular struggle. We oppose the vicious state, Colombian state, and thank you for the support. I'd like to say that since the 2016 Congress in Africa, the WFTU has adopted measures and orientations in which much solidarity work was carried out, informing our bases. And one of the reasons I find myself here today is to show the generational change and the introduction of women. We observe new privatization strategies that now reach Colombia. But these methods are just new elements of capital that wish to appropriate themselves and to co-opt the spirit of the Colombians. There is a sophistry by the yellow trade unionism collaborationists with the bosses. But history does not lie, comrades. Only the organized struggle can stop the capitalist policies that not only destroy work, but lives and cultures. And as if this was not enough, this yellow trade unionism goes against the trade unionist women, class-based women, that are discriminated triply by being women, by being trade unionists, and by being class-based trade unionist women. That's why it is so important for the WFTU to support women, the youth, and that represent an important knowledge in this generational change. The Secretariat of Colombia wishes to double its efforts, not only to carry out the instructions of this Congress, but also to accompany our work of solidarity and support of the working class of the world. To conclude, to Luigi, fraternal hug. Long live WFTU.
Muchas gracias, compañera. Luis Miguel Busto, Spain, and Evgeny Kulikov, Russia.
Buonasera, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, comrades, to all the congressmen that are present. Capitalism is affecting or taking steps within the working class. We see this throughout the world, and in our country, it's the same situation. The bosses, the yellow trade unions, the European Union are the agents that are going against the working class, and so we are living these consequences. In our case, we wish to make note as to what we must do as class-based unions and class-based militants. The document of theses and priorities, we understand that we must work upon the basis of these theses. It seems that there is an essential priority, and that priority is is building class consciousness within the working class. Not only have they reduced our living conditions and what are our rights, but they have also taken our class to poverty. And the greatest damage yellow trade unionism has done to us is to de-ideologize our class. And so the job of the WFTU is to ideologize our class. The leaders that are capable of taking to the place of work the lines of the WFTU to build consciousness and to revert the weakness of yellow trade unionism and the bosses. We must also discuss how will the WTO reach these workers. We understand also that there is a question is the electronic or digital learning. There's a question there. And there are comrades from the education sector that can help us understand this question. The issue of education has left in the hands of the great capitalist monopolies all that is education. We wish to open that debate, and at the WTO, please discuss this topic. Amongst these theses, we understand, or at least it comes to be explained, the issue of collective bargaining. Collective bargaining ends up being a tool against the bosses, but we cannot depend upon a tool that is controlled by the yellow trade unions, and so we must use a collective negotiation as an ideologizing tool, a radicalizing tool for it to reach its rights. We wish to thank Comrade George Mavrikos, his years of dedication. Personally, I'd like to thank him for the confidence he has had in all of us. I would like to say a simile that comes from Greece, from where George Mavrikos is, from Greek legend. Mythology. The gods had a man carry a big stone up Mount Olympus. The stone would keep falling and he would have to keep taking up the rock. There was also a punishment for a god that took fire to men. An eagle would eat his liver, and that would keep regenerating, and the eagle would return to eat it. The difference between class, trade unions, and collaborationists is that we wish to give the working class what they deserve. If we are not determined, we will keep having to roll a rock up Mount Olympus and having it fall. Long live the struggle of the working class. Long live the WFTU.
Muchas gracias, compañero. Eugeni from Russia. And after we have another virtual speech, Miguel from Nicaragua.
Уважаемые товарищи, от имени Союза профсоюзов России приветствую участников 18-го Конгресса Всемирной Федерации профсоюзов. Мы с благодарностью приняли приглашение на Конгресс, особенно в нынешнее непростое время, потому что знаем, что с вашей стороны найдем объективный подход к оценке ситуации, непредвзятое мнение в условиях информационной войны. Есть транслейтер? Участие в форумах и мероприятиях ВФП разного уровня всегда хорошая школа профсоюзной солидарности. Представляя на сегодняшнем форуме свободную часть профсоюзного движения России, я не могу обойти стороной события, происходящие на Украине, и ситуацию вокруг этих событий. Позиция Союза профсоюзов России по событиям на Украине остается неизменной все эти годы. Мы исходим из того, что в новейшей истории человечества Все конфликты, и политические, и экономические, и военные, имеют в своих истоках соперничество национальных и наднациональных капиталов за влияние и ресурсы, за власть и зоны влияния. Интересы людей труда при этом раскладе в расчет не принимаются вовсе или игнорируются напрочь.
Just a moment, comrade, just a moment. No English?
Oh, sorry.
I think that the interpreter has the speech. Okay? No?
Сначала опять.
Scusate, chiedo ai tecnici, c'è un problema con l'inglese? Perché...
Окей, все. Уважаемые товарищи, вынужден еще раз повторить начало своего выступления. Еще раз от имени Союза профсоюзов России приветствую участников 18-го Конгресса Всемирной Федерации профсоюзов.
No, scusate, non c'è nessuna lingua adesso. Parlo in italiano perché parlo ai tecnici italiani. Sono italiano, questo straniero. Che? Ma loro hanno il testo in inglese davanti. C'hanno il testo in inglese davanti, lo so.
Ti date un microfono?
Perfetto, va.
Se casomai lo fa lui.
Lui non lo sa.
Да ничего страшного.
No. Scusa Fabio. Lui parla in russo. Rinviamo il suo intervento a domani mattina, così risolviamo. Okay. Thank you, dear comrade. The comrade Evgeny Kolikov will speak tomorrow morning because now we have this technical problem. So he will speak tomorrow morning. And now we have, but tomorrow morning he will speak, it is only a delay. Now we have Miguel from Nicaragua, a virtual speech.
Buenos días a todos, todas los delegados, en especial de la Federación de...
Thank you to all the comrades. And greetings from the Central of Nicaragua. Congratulations to the work of the WTO, of the General Secretary, and for all the effort they have developed internationally. When we observe that a crisis exists of wars, of climate, a petroleum crisis, of energy, a pandemic, generated by capitalism. We are in front of a war at a global level. the war is not only military, but economic. It has a social pressure and affects the most vulnerable of the planet, of the workers, of the elderly, of the women, the mothers, and the children. It's important to understand the role that the WTO carries out for the future and the present. This notion of solidarity that the WTO has impregnated in many years of our existence. And that's why we must oppose the war in Iraq, in Palestine, reject the murder against these noble people, the war against Iraq and other countries of the region. We also reject the intervention of NATO through the U.S. imperialism to such a degree that this world catastrophe, the WTO must continue lifting the banner of unity, of solidarity, that flag of struggle in defense of employment, of health, of education, the rights of the peoples, Afro-descendant peoples, of the indigenous peoples, and defense of our existence. And so what do we observe? We observe loss of employment, privatization of education, thousands of alternatives that suffer with no alternatives. We maintain solidarity permanently with Cuba, that has resisted for more than 60 years the aggression from an imperialist country. We are in solidarity with Venezuela, heroic people that resist, standing up, and of course with Nicaragua, the country being attacked by the imperialism. It's clear that the WTO must retake an active role in the multilateral organizations like the World Bank, the International Organization of Labor, to combat the aggressions. That's why we must reflect on the participation of the WTO in the OIT that is used to destroy the class trade unionism. We must reflect our work in strengthening our work with women, with the youth, and promoting political actions, the suffering that our migrants live across the world. And so it's important to strengthen our regional offices, sub-regional, our national chapters, to have a combative, classless struggle. Long live the WTO, long live the workers of the world. Long live, long live, long live the workers.
Already finished.
Okay.
Okay. Dear brothers and sisters, we finished the list for today. We will continue tomorrow. But I will to inform our brothers from French-speaking Africa, because they know that we have to discuss together this evening. After the dinner, they will stay there in the restaurant, and I will meet with them to discuss our topic, Francophone only, the French-speaking Africa. Our cadres, they know, and please inform the next cadres from Francophone Africa. Thank you from your side, from my side.
Comrade, just a moment. So, tomorrow we will start at 9 o'clock here for the Congress, and tomorrow at 7:30 a delegation. So, if some comrades want to come with us, we have to do a list, so please contact us. We go to Fosse Ardeatine, as Pierpaolo explained this morning. So we start the Congress at 9 o'clock. If there are some comrades that want to come with this delegation, please contact us. And now, before to leave the room, you have to leave the headphone.
Comrades, those who are leaving from Rome and need a COVID test to go, they have to inform us in order to do this tomorrow. Okay? Tomorrow, we need to know now, today, for the COVID test.